The blues run deep, crooked justice, a secret they keep. But I see through her lies, I see the truth. Gonna make her pay for what she do. Fanny's got a reputation to uphold, but her tactics are shady. Story untold, she thinks she's clever, but I'm on to her game. I'll expose her ways and put her to shame.
Hey folks, are you ready? Are you ready? I have been listening in on infamous Sylvia on her drive into the courthouse today. And when she got there, Mr. Melnick is in the courthouse. Now, does this mean that he will testify? That is up to the judge to decide. Sadly, it is not our decision. So, well, what will happen today? What will happen today? What the defense wants happening today is that the judge allow Attorney Melnick to testify about what was said during the circumstances regarding the the ex parte meeting on the 7th. Because the only rulings or information that judges have had up until a week ago is about ex parte June 10th. Now we definitely know there was one on June 7th as well. And I can give you good argument to why there is at least one more. And my argument is, in order for that, either already on the 6th, in order to prepare Judge Glanville for everything that went on, because remember, on June 6th is the day Mr. Melnick emailed the prosecution about, hey, this is my client, why are you talking to him? He will plead the 5th, and correspondence back and forth. Which panicked the prosecution because they thought they could get away with it, talking to his client without his knowledge. And I assume then that is when the first draft of that immunity was being done. Because you remember Friday the 7th, when Woody took the stand, he already had that immunity deal. Remember? He had to testify. And he pled the 5th, and everything since then is complete mayhem. So either afternoon, evening of the 6th, morning on the 7th, and afternoon of the 7th, there is at least one more ex parte meeting which probably was not on the record, so to speak. Hello, folks, by the way. Hello, folks. I see who's here. Christine is here. It's Trinton. Hello. Hello, Racing Angel. Hello. Sydney S. Hodges. Hi. Diogo Sampaio. Hello. Hello, my friend. Gwendolyn. Brenda. Resins Rose. Let's see. Amelia Dixon. Auntie M. Alicia Lawson. Elena Danner. Aloysius. Hey. Blue Skies. Good morning. Been there, done that. Hey, there. It's been a minute. Good to have you here. Reformed Convict. Present. Let's see here. Yeah. Brenda says, I hope George watched Red June 7th when Melnick testified and said that he was taking love to the bar. Yeah, but here's the thing. To my knowledge, he haven't yet. He haven't yet. Okay, 32. I hope you have safe travels here to the US. I hope so too. As it seems, there is a bit of a ruckus in the market. And but lucky for me, I already secured the money I am supposed to use while in the United States. Already have some dollars, and yeah, so I will. Yeah, everything will be okay. Everything will be okay eventually. And if it isn't, as my old grandmother used to say, if you can't do anything about it, you might as well laugh at it. Now that is really, really hard to do when you are in the middle of everything. But it helped me on occasions when everything was crap. Just turn to the devil and laugh at him. Laugh. Alicia Lawson became a member. Thank you so much. Thank you. You just became a member and you now have access to all my members-only content. You have access to members-only emojis on the YouTubes. And there's a link to Discord for members-only in the community section. Just for you. Just for you. And if anybody else is thinking about it, it's $3 a month. $3 a month, and you get access to my members only is not as much about law or trials or cases. It is more the farm, the renovations, the horse, it's personal thoughts. More of that, more than anything. Wish I could be in the States when you are just received your first. Congratulations, you got your first passport. Ooh, woo, woo, woo. Light Bright, Joy's first fan, and K32. Yeah. Yeah, we are waiting for the live stream to begin. It should begin. Well, infamous Sylvia. Her live stream is on. So let's go to that one. As you know, Miss Sylvia is now officially a pool for all of us. So get the sound up. Yeah, today can be really, really interesting because Mr. Melnick is in the courthouse, folks. He's in the courthouse. So, yeah. If he is allowed to testify, this will be fire. I also hope that Ashley Merchant is somewhere around there, because when crap hits the fan, you want Ashley Merchant around just in case you need a top-tier lawyer. Okay, let me just fix the banner. There. Now we have a banner up. Yogo Sampaio didn't notice, but I remember for 3 months. Yay! Thank you. Thank you for your continued support of this channel. Ready for today's circus? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hello, Roland. Oh, I saw movement. Lawn and Crim is also have their up. Now, if you want subtitles, I will go over to the Lawn and Crim stream. If you're okay without subtitles, then Infamous Sylvia, because I want to support her channel. I really do. And if she gets enough subscribers and everything, she will get live subtitles as well. But she needs, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of subscribers. But I do think she deserves it. If she's now going to be a court pool of media thingy. Be careful when you're in court. They may give you a YSL nickname. I think I saw the other day YSL Santa Laws. But yeah. Santa Laws. But yeah, we will see. We will see. We will see. But let me know if you want subtitles. You need. Yeah, I will get you Infamous Sylvia's. Dun, dun, dun. Here it is. There it is. I posted it in the chat.
All right, I hope everybody had a pleasant, if busy weekend. I'm sure y'all all worked just like I did. I know we have Mr. Melnick outside and he wants to put some things on the record. And we can do that first off. Is there anything anybody wants to address before that?
Oh, this is fire, folks.
Your Honor, after or before Mr. Melnick addresses the court, if the court would be so kind as to just apprise the parties of what it is that we will need to, if anything, address as it relates to what he's putting on the record.
I don't really know. I think that he kind of mainly wants to make a record of what he perceives to have actually occurred. And I don't know that, as I think I mentioned on Friday, I'm not sure that it's particularly going to be relevant to any of the issues in the case, but I'm going to let him make a brief statement or proffer.
No. Stop doing that. Stop.
and we'll go from
The
there.
wall of doom.
And then
For frick's sake.
the next issue after that, I'd like for us to sort out is the representation made by Mr. Steele at the end of the day, Friday, that he has a good faith basis to believe that there may have been an unrecorded conversation at some point that included Ms. Hilton, Ms. Bumpus, and Mr. Copeland that may have resulted in some Brady material. So that'll be next up, and then we'll see after that. All right, so if somebody wants to let Mr. Melnick come on in.
And Your Honor, last thing,
Yeah.
I would just object to Mr. Melnick coming in, offering anything that is not relevant to the trial itself, understanding what the court's ruled or
All right.
decided.
Thank you.
Oh, you're scared, Miss Love. Oh, you are.
Yeah, thank
You
you.
are so scared. Because Mr. Melnick will expose you. He will expose your lies. I need to make an AI song about Mr. Melnick exposing
Ooh.
Love's lies. Oh, this will be good. Oh, this. Oh, yeah. She knows if everything gets on the record, every lie she told Josh Glanville, and if it shows that they actually did make, there is a third ex parte hearing, that there are unrecorded things on the 7th. Oh, they are. They should be effed. Is it enough for mistrial with prejudice? I have no idea. Here he is. Mr. Melnick. Let's get this up to...
Mr. Melnick, if you want to come on up, and I understand that you want to make a proffer of what occurred, I guess, on June 6th and June 7th. Let me just say that, I think it goes without saying that people can perceive the same thing in different ways, depending upon the perspective they're standing at the time. And I am going to permit you to make a brief proffer of what you believe happened. I do not think, based on what I have reviewed, that you were laboring under any conflict of interest. I don't even know that at this point in time, any of that is particularly relevant, but I can understand you wanting to put something on the record. I would like for you to stick to the facts to the extent you can, keep emotion out of it, and go ahead.
So, Judge, basically what it comes down to is after receiving the transcripts from the two ex parte hearings that took place, or ex parte meetings that took place between Judge Glanville and the district attorney's office, and then with Ms. Bumpus and Mr. Copeland in tow, the allegation has been made that I was somehow acting in conjunction with Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart and other members of the defense team in this case, which is categorically untrue. I am unfortunately in a difficult position as it relates to this issue, because what I would need to produce from a documentary standpoint to rebut these allegations are privileged communications between myself and Mr. Copeland. But my presence, so starting with June the 6th, I sent an email to Ms. Hilton, Ms. Love, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Shart stating that Mr. Copeland wanted to take the fifth, did not wish to testify. On the 7th, I was shown an order that was signed on June the 7th, stating that Mr. Copeland was being given transactional immunity. At no point, and I think what really bothers me is that at no point did anybody from the DA's office before that time, within any relevant timeframe reach out to me and just ask me if I was representing Kenneth Copeland for purposes of his testifying in this trial. Everybody in this room that has been involved in this case from the beginning has known that I was representing Kenneth Copeland.
All right, and I know because you had a case before me
With Mr. Copeland.
that resolved in June of 2023. So
correct.
I know that as of that point, you were representing him.
Yes.
And then following the resolution of that case, he did not have any more pending charges.
He did
correct?
not. That's
Okay.
correct. Yeah.
All right, so that was a year ago.
So at a minimum, I feel it was incumbent on the district attorney's office to reach out to me just to ask that question. Now, as far as what communications took place between the DA's office and Mr. Copeland, I don't know exactly. But I do know that on June the 6th, he and I spoke, and he told me that he wished to assert his Fifth Amendment privilege. And so I sent that email. The transactional immunity order was granted on June the 7th, which I find the timing there to be, let's just say, ironic, in that apparently they were going to have Mr. Copeland testify without any grant of immunity because it was the state's intended purpose to call him as a witness on June the 7th. And so I was here on June the 7th. I told the court what Mr. Copeland's intentions were. There was a lot of back and forth. Obviously, Mr. Copeland was taken into custody on June the 7th, and then everything that happened on June the 10th. I don't have to go over all
Yeah,
that.
I've read
Yeah.
all of that.
Yes. So my purpose here today is to state on the record that absolutely, nothing that I said or did on Mr. Copeland's behalf was done in any conjunction or with any consultation, in cahoots or anything along those lines with Mr. Steele or Mr. Shart or anybody else in the defense team.
All right.
I was here doing what my client had expressed to me, what he wanted to do. And as I said, if it becomes a major issue, I have more than enough documentation to prove that.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Mhm.
It's not an issue at all to this court.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. That's it.
That's it?
All right.
Okay, Mr. Steele, you had said to us.
Yeah, okay, that was a bit lackluster, but she allowed him to put it on the record. That is very important because it still shows to the court that both Miss Love and Miss Hilton are perfectly prepared lying to the court. Is it relevant to the case? I would still argue yes, because they have a candor to court and they completely ignore that. Completely ignore that. Do I wish that he was allowed to say more? Yes, but as he stated, he has attorney-client privilege to take care of. What was said between Mr. Copeland and him is privileged. Now, could the judge have said, well, we can take that in chambers and I can just make a decision on that if it's privileged or not, and seal the information you tell me? Well, I mean, this is not unknown. It has happened before in other courts, and it is probably the correct way to do it in this court. But it seems like Judge Whitaker is adamant in getting this trial back on track. As its Strinton says, shows the state violated right to counsel and lied to court. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. All right, let's see what else.
Us on Friday afternoon that you had a good faith basis for believing that there may have been a conversation you believe during the June 10th ex parte in chambers meeting at some point when Judge Glanville was not in the room, but
Thank you.
between Ms. Bumpus, who was acting as counsel for the day for Mr. Copeland, and Prosecutor Hilton. So can you give me what your basis is for that? Otherwise, we might just move on.
I also have a couple of questions, if it's okay,
All right.
for Mr. Melnick.
Oh, well, I think may have already walked out. I didn't realize that. I thought this was kind of to let him have a chance to clear the record.
Oh, we might get some information out anyway.
What are your questions going to be?
Just about the representations made about an email with a BCC and it was sent inadvertently. I believe that he'll say that that's not accurate. And then we sent your honorable court on Friday all of the emails. If you put them in order.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I've seen it. I think that's fine if you want to ask him that and clarify it. I don't think that Ms. Love made a representation that is in fact what happened. That was her theory because she couldn't figure out why Mr. Melnick was referring to her in the third person. But
no,
sure,
you
you can
did.
ask him that.
Can I just ask you a couple more questions? Sure. And Your Honor, I'll move.
Ms. Love did not make
the
an
admission of all
assumption.
those
She
emails, and I
lied.
have copies for them if that makes it easier, and we can mark them as an exhibit if that's what you want. They were already sent to your honorable court.
If you've got them now and can make them an exhibit, and I'm not sure exactly what courts, you would make them
Sure.
a defense exhibit.
Can I just step back for a second?
Sure.
And Your Honor, would the court be admitting those exhibits for any purpose as it relates to this trial?
No, not for the trial, just for whatever these ancillary proceedings are. I'm not sure what to call them, but motions.
Those are absolutely relevant to this trial.
So it'll be, I guess, an exhibit to, we can call this a motions hearing. It's today, August 5th, 2024. Proffer by Mr. Melnick.
I'm more than happy to cover Ms. Love's head.
So, Mr. Melnick,
By the way,
you looked
Paul,
at and reviewed all of the emails that
Do not want.
you have given and the state has given on this topic?
Not-
Do you want me to be sworn? Do I need to be sworn for this? I don't believe I've been sworn.
Not for me. You're an officer of the court.
Yes, I have.
Hang on. Yes, Ms. Love.
You responded to what I was asking.
Okay.
I have reviewed the emails.
I have to mark these.
Uh-huh.
You give this to the state.
Yep.
How is sound, everybody?
Give it to the state. I'm just
Between
putting
me
this
and the court, do you need the court to be higher, me lower, or vice versa? Just say so in.
Yep, I've reviewed them.
This is not up with that arrow.
Yeah, still a bit disappointed that this judge doesn't allow this to be a part of the record, because this should be a part of the record for appellate issues, showing the lack of candor to the court, how they lied and misrepresented a lot of things. And I'm a bit behind on my preparations for my trip on Wednesday. I'm going to the United States, and I will be in Atlanta in the courthouse on the 14th and 15th, hopefully, a bit at least. So tomorrow might be one of these days when I choose to do a recap later after the hearing, where I can condense what happened all throughout the day over a couple of hours.
11:56, we have that.
Whoops, I'm sorry.
I think it's still part of the record, like when they do a proper of the witness for the purpose of appeals, and thus enter exhibits under a slightly different numbering. Thank you. Thank you. I do not practice in the United States, remember that. So I'm not completely accustomed to
No, we'll go through
stuff
once
like
the
that.
judge is
But
ready.
thank you
I'm
so
ready
much
whenever
for,
you are.
Okay, I apologize.
clarifying.
All right, and thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Melnick, thank you for your time.
Sure.
What you said to this honorable court is that you represented Mr. Copeland in an unrelated case. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. Was there any discussion with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office members that you represented Mr. Copeland for purposes of being a witness in this trial that's before the Honorable Judge Whitaker?
Yes.
Can you explain that to this honorable
It
court?
goes back to 2021. I met with Don Geary, who at the time was, I guess, in charge of the state's handling of this case. And he talked to me extensively about Mr. Copeland, Mr. Copeland's involvement with YSL, and the fact that the state wished to use him as a witness in this case.
And did you make it clear from your viewpoint that you were representing Mr. Copeland in this case, meaning the case that's on trial before Judge Whitaker,
Yes.
as a witness or as a potential co-defendant?
Yes.
Okay. And that the honorable court knows, I believe, but to your knowledge, who is Don Geary in 2021?
What he introduced himself. I mean, I knew Don for a long time, but what he said, he was special counsel for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. He was basically hired almost like in an of counsel position, as I understand it.
And was he affiliated on working this case that's before Judge Whitaker
Yes.
on trial?
We talked about this case specifically.
At any time, oh, I'm sorry.
And nothing else.
At any time, did you or any member of the district attorney's office in your presence ever say that you were not representing Mr. Copeland pursuant to a potential witness in this trial?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have conversations with Ms. Love, who is seated to your left,
Yes.
about representing Mr. Copeland as a witness in this trial?
Yes.
And when were those conversations?
March of 2023.
And was it clear from your standpoint, from your viewpoint, as the court said, people can observe things differently, but from your standpoint, was it clear that you made it known to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office that you were representing Mr. Copeland as a witness or potential witness in this trial?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you do anything to separate yourself from that representation?
No.
All right. The honorable court stated a little while ago, and you left here so quickly, but that your representation ended of Mr. Copeland, I heard, in 2023 when you entered some sort of disposition. I don't remember what it was, before this honorable court. And when I say this honorable court, I'm talking about Judge Whitaker.
Sure. That's correct.
Did your representation end of Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case? Did
No.
you ever make that known to anybody?
No, I never did.
Did you actually do the opposite?
I was contacted by another member of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in June of 2023.
And about
Yes,
what?
I'm sorry, about representing Mr. Copeland in this, as a witness in this case.
Were there any agreements between Mr. Copeland and yourself in the district attorney's office? Because you obviously got him not to be charged, or that's a bad way of saying it, but you obviously did someone did something that he's not charged in this case.
I would honestly say that may not have been due to anything that I did or said necessarily. That I think was an internal decision from the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Now, I'd like to show you what I marked, and I just want this for the record. And I marked it number 1, Mr. Williams. And can you announce it just so the court, and we're going to give all this to the court, what this is, if you recognize it.
Sure.
And then go to number 2, 3. But for people looking on, just announce it by the title, if you don't mind. If you don't recognize it, please say that as well.
So I recognize this. This is an email I sent to Ms. Love, Ms. Hilton from the DA's office, yourself and Mr. Shart, dated June the 6th, 2024 at 4:31 p.m. Do you want me to read it or?
Sure.
Says, good afternoon. All it has come to my attention that the Fulton County District Attorney's Office has questioned my client, Kenneth Copeland, without my knowledge or consent. Please be advised that my client does not wish to speak with any member of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office nor any law enforcement officer from this point forward. My client will assert his privilege under the
Wait, that's
I
way
am
too
going
fast
fast,
for the
I'm
court
sorry.
reporter to take down.
You with me? Law enforcement, nor any law enforcement officer from this point forward. My client will assert his privilege under the Fifth Amendment tomorrow and will not testify. Thank you, John Melnick.
Okay. On the 6th, and you made it clear, to your knowledge, was there any type of immunity agreement whatsoever in place? Use immunity, transactional immunity, any type of agreement?
There was no response from the district attorney's office to this email to me. So I was not aware of any any offer of immunity to Mr. Copeland at that time.
Did you personally know that if Mr. Copeland testified at this trial without some sort of protection, by protection I mean whatever type of immunity, that he could be making statements that would incriminate himself?
Yes.
No statute of limitations ran, he could be charged?
So I can't say that with absolute.
Okay, well, we're dealing with a bunch of lawyers, so I think Mr. Melnick can handle it. I'm going to overrule that.
I can't say with absolute certainty that I investigated it to the point where I would know whether the statute of limitations would have run or not.
About federal crimes for gun offenses?
No, as far as I know, again, I didn't do extensive research into it, but it's my understanding that it would not have run in terms of the federal statute. And Mr. Copeland, of course, has been charged previously and convicted in U.S. District Court. So the feds, once the feds have their eyes on you, they have their eyes on you.
And how about as a co-defendant in this case being indicted later? And is statute of limitations barred to that?
I don't know.
Okay,
With
that's
that,
fine.
I don't know with absolute certainty.
Okay. Were you concerned that if he testified when you wrote this email, the one you just announced as Mr. Williams #1, that he could be facing criminal liability?
I absolutely was.
All right. Is that the reason you wrote that email?
Among other things, but that is one reason why I wrote the email.
Was there anything in your mind at the time of sending it that was suspicious or clandestine or by CCing the Honorable Maxwell Shard or myself on that email?
Not at all. I thought everybody had a right to know.
Okay. And everybody being?
Everybody from the prosecution and the defense team.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, move for the admission of Mr. Williams #1 for purposes of this hearing.
It's admitted.
Your Honor, can I just get clarification as to which of the emails we don't have the number is Defendant Williams?
Use the microphone.
Can you
Yeah.
clarify?
June 6, 2024, 4:31 p.m. to yourself, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Steele, Mr. Shaw.
Okay. Does it have the response at 4:57:05 from Ms. Hilton, or is it the one without response?
I don't remember seeing a response.
Okay.
So is there a response on there
There's not a response.
on Williams 1?
There will be, Your Honor.
Okay,
Not on
so
this
that
Williams
is
one.
then, for purposes of the record, the one that does not have the response on it.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the response.
But, well,
Is it a part of Williams 1?
No, it's not.
Okay, so I assume Mr. Steele might ask you about the next one. Go ahead.
and that is, I'd like to show you what's in front of you, Mr. Williams, exhibit #2 for purposes of today's hearing, okay?
Mhm. Yes.
Tell us, take your time to look at it. Tell us if you can identify it, if it's true and accurate for what it appears.
I hope this is from I think exclusively from Ms. Hilton to me.
But do you recognize it?
I do, I
Is
recognize
that
it.
accurate?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I move for purposes of this hearing, Mr. Williams #2, after you identify it so everyone knows what you're looking for.
June 6, 2024, 4:57 p.m. I hope good as addressed to me. Good afternoon. I hope all is well. In our conversations with Mr. Copeland, he advised that you were not his attorney and he had not spoken with you. However, if you are asserting that you are his attorney, we will cease communication, but your client is under subpoena and is expected to be here at 8:30 a.m. It is our understanding that your client does not have transportation, so we're planning to pick him up. So please make sure that he is present so we do not have to take any further action if he fails to appear for his subpoena. Thank you and have a great evening. And then it's from Ms. Hilton.
And did you respond to that email? And if yes, is it on Mr. Williams #2? And what does it say in time and date? If you don't.
It is. I did respond. It's dated June 6th at 5:47 p.m. Again, with CCs to everybody in the case. I have been Mr. Copeland's attorney. He tells me that he repeatedly told you that you were told you that when you were questioning him. I also spoke with Don Geary extensively about Mr. Copeland when he was assigned to this case, and I spoke with Ms. Love.
Slow down.
I spoke with Ms. Love early in the process, around the time jury selection was beginning. I have a plea with Judge Carnicel tomorrow at 9 o'clock, and I will come to the courtroom as soon as I'm done.
Is everything that you responded about being Mr. Copeland's lawyer for purposes of this case true?
Yes.
Okay. And the court already admitted number 2. If you could go to number 3.
Well, no, I haven't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I moved for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 2.
It's admitted, and that one contains both Ms. Hilton's response and then Mr. Melnick's response back that he just read. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's admitted.
Okay. This is a repeat, so I'm withdrawing this. Okay. Okay, if we go to Mr. Williams, number 3, can you take a look at this and tell us whether you recognize it? And if yes, what is it?
It's a,
Your Honor, if we could just have what that is, we don't have numbers on it, if I could just have in the court what it is that we are even tendering.
I don't know. I don't know how many things you got handed, but Mr. Melnick's about to describe it.
it's dated June 7th, 2024, 11:52 a.m. It's from me to Miss Hilton and Miss Love. The first sentence says, "Here is a communication between myself and Miss Love, which pertains directly to the YSL case." And it's a forwarded message from a number of people, including myself and your case manager, Sheila Rosser, dated March the 3rd of 2023. And it's from Miss Love, stating, "Good morning, Miss Rosser. The state asks that the defendant be required to sign the conditions in front of a notary or a sheriff's official so that we can enforce the conditions upon his release, since he was not apprised by the court in person." And I'm sorry, that is in reference to two bond orders, I believe, that I had prepared and presented to the court in reference to Mr. Copeland's case that was pending before you in 2023. That is an email dated Thursday, March 2nd, 2023 at 4:42 p.m. And this is just a chain of emails related to the bond order for Mr. Copeland's case in 2023.
All right, and you're forwarding that in June of 2024 to say, see, you knew at some point I
Yes.
was representing him. Okay.
That's correct, Judge.
Is that document, is Defendant Williams a three-page document or just the one portion of the chain that you just read?
So is this is a continuation of
Yes.
three? Okay. There's more to it, Ms. Love.
Is it a 3-page
It
document?
appears to be, I think it appears to be a 3-page document, yes.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Do you need me to, I don't need to read all of this.
No, I don't think so.
We move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 3, for purpose of today's hearing.
It's admitted.
Why did you, Mr. Melnick, why did you send this to the district attorney's office on June 7th, 2024, 11:52 a.m.?
Because of what they claim to be the confusion as to whether or not I was representing Mr. Copeland for purposes of his being a witness in this case. I think these emails demonstrate that I did in fact represent him and that they knew I represented him.
And were there conversations that you represented Mr. Copeland for the witness in the YSL case during that time?
Yes, there were.
And who did you speak with?
Miss Love,
Okay. And you're responding to Mr. Williams, number 2, that's already in evidence?
yes.
All right. Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 3. It is a 3-page document.
It's admitted.
And I'm going to mark this as Mr. Williams, number 4. Can you take a look at this and tell us if you recognize this?
I do.
What is it? Okay. And what is that?
It's an email that I also sent on June the 7th, 2024 at 11:54 a.m. To Miss Hilton and Miss Love, referencing another communication I had from the district attorney's office. It was a forwarded message from Peachtree Offices, which is an executive office company that answers my phone for me, where I got a message from Peter Herzog asking me to contact him in reference to Kenneth Copeland. So it's a forwarded message from June the 27th of 2023 that I then forwarded to Miss Hilton and Miss Love, demonstrating that they should have just communicated with me about Copeland before questioning him
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
and before we got into all this.
And who is Peter? And I'm going to spell the last name, okay?
Yeah.
Herezog. Who is that person to your knowledge?
I believe his last name is misspelled there. I think it's Herzog, but Peter Herzog is a assistant DA in the Fulton DA's office.
And Mr. Williams, what's marked as number 4, is sent for that message on June 27, 2023, about 3 months after the March 1, 2023
Yes,
correspondence with Ms. Love about Mr. Copeland.
that's correct.
Now, if your representation of Mr. Copeland had in fact ended when you disposed of the case before the Honorable Judge Whitaker by that time, do you remember? Did it end?
So my case with Judge Whitaker, is that what you're
Yes.
asking me about?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it had, but honestly, I haven't gone back to check the
If
date.
y'all have the case number, I can look it up and let you know the disposition date.
I don't have it.
Happy to do that. Nobody has it.
And maybe,
It was a 22 SC case, but that's all I know. It's fine. I can probably pull it up some other way. Y'all go ahead.
okay. And you forward this, you said why? This
To-
message.
To reiterate the fact that the Fulton DA's office knew and should have known that I was representing Mr. Copeland for purposes of his testimony in the YSL trial. Mr. Herzog was never involved in the case before Judge Whitaker. I'd never spoken with him about anything related to the case in front of Judge Whitaker. The only attorneys that I ever spoke with about the actual disposition of the case with Judge Whitaker was Abigail Potter, Abby Potter from the DA's office, and Mr. Abadi. And the only reason Mr. Abadi was involved with it, that's Adam Abadi from the Fulton DA's office, was because he was concerned about Mr. Copeland's testimony in the YSL trial.
And obviously Ms. Love, because she.
And Ms. Love, yes, right. And
Same
Ms. Love of
reason?
the bond order, that's correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like to show you Mr. Williams, number 5. Oh,
Can
Your
I-
Honor, I
can
move
I-
for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 4.
It's admitted, and for purposes of the record, the case before me where Mr. Melnick represented Mr. Copeland is 22 SC 182134, and the final disposition was actually on June 29th of 2023.
And is the number 4 a one-page document, or are there any more?
It's a one-page document.
Okay, I'm showing you Mr. Williams, number 5. Tell us if you remember that, look at
I
it.
do.
Okay, and is it accurate?
It is.
Can you describe, like you've been doing, the date and time, what it is, what it purports to be?
Stated June the 7th of 2024. It's to Ms. Love and Ms. Hilton from me. And it is in response to an email that I received. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You can look at the documents, multiple.
Yeah, okay. So this is a part of the same chain of documents where I was referencing the fact that Ms. Love certainly knew that I was representing Mr. Copeland. She and I talked extensively about Mr. Copeland, and she had told me that she wished to use Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case. Obviously, by the time we were having these communications in March of 2023, the case had long since been indicted, and Mr. Copeland was not charged as a party on the indictment of this case. So this is a continuation of the same emails going back to March 2nd and March 3rd of 2023, where we're referencing the bond orders. These emails actually go back to March the 1st of 2023, where Ms. Love is discussing whether or not Mr. Copeland should be subject to a curfew as part of his bond order. There are, I seem to remember, other communications in which Ms. Love references the fact that she's concerned about Mr. Copeland's safety and the like. And then so the last part of this email, which is at the top of the first page, is where Ms. Love questions whether my concern is for Mr. Copeland or Mr. Steele and Mr. Shart's client, neither of whom I've ever met or have any relationship with whatsoever. And then I responded to that.
Did I ever do anything untoward to affect your representation of your client, Mr. Copeland?
Absolutely not.
Did Mr. Shard do anything?
No.
Did anybody come to you, at you about your representation, Mr. Copeland, in this case?
What Mr. Copeland did on June 7th of 2024, where he asserted his Fifth Amendment privilege, was entirely his decision. I was there just as his mouthpiece, as a lawyer, as his advocate for purposes of him asserting his Fifth Amendment privilege. Other than that, I have absolutely no agenda in this case whatsoever.
When Ms. Love wrote on a motion, ex parte motion for the former judge, the recused Judge Glanville,
Your Honor, I would
grant your
object to
client.
the introduction through this witness or the posing to this witness of any question about a motion that I wrote, given that the witness cannot testify confidently about anything that I specifically wrote or what I.
All right, well, I don't know yet what the end of the question is going to be, so I'll hold your objection until I hear the question.
Yes.
And it's in the record. Already, Your Honor, I could get another copy though. Ms. Love wrote in that motion seeking use immunity under 25-5-507 for Mr. Copeland.
Yes.
That Mr. Copeland on Thursday, June 6, 2024, had some sort of interaction or dealings with members of the defense team. To your knowledge, is that true?
I have no knowledge of that.
All right.
Do you want to admit, or did you want to tender for admission Williams 5?
I do. Yes.
All right, that's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Williams 5 is what?
This hearing you are listening to now, or seeing right now, would never have happened under Judge Glanville. So even though I believe Judge Whitaker is making a bit too much to protect the prosecution, we are light years away from what Judge Glanville did.
Okay, Mr. Melnick, I don't have any other
Hang on. What are
questions.
you asking?
for
Hang on,
you.
hang on, Mr. Steele. What are you asking?
Just.
What it is?
Which one is it? Yes.
It's
Just
the last
part
one
of
they
what
discussed that, I don't know how many pages it is. I don't have any of it in front of me, but it's the last one they discussed that has the email from you asking who Mr. Melnick is most concerned about or something like that. And then Mr. Melnick's rather peppery response back.
Okay, so it's just, could the court ask for clarification, just one page or?
I don't know.
4 pages.
4 pages.
Mr. Melnick, were there any BCC? Do you know what a BCC is?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize for asking.
Yeah.
Were there any?
We're all old enough to know that that means blind carbon copy. A whole lot of people don't know that anymore since we don't use carbon copies, but that's where somebody can see it, but the recipients who are CC'd don't know.
Yes, I did not blind
Mhm.
copy anybody on that last email. I just sent it to Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love.
Any
Ms. Hilton and Ms. Love.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Any allegation that there was some sort of teamwork or conspiracy against the state of Georgia and against your client, Mr. Copeland, is that true at all?
It is categorically untrue.
All right. I want to thank you so much. I don't have any other questions.
Ms. Love, do you have questions of Mr. Melnick? Hang on just a second.
Just briefly.
Okay, hang on. You have questions too? All right, I'll let Mr. Sharp go.
And those are the court's copies.
Okay.
Mr. Melnick, if you're more comfortable taking the witness stand, that's fine, but,
Stand here.
okay.
Mr. Melnick, good morning.
Good morning.
As part of your representation of Mr. Copeland, yes, sir. Did you also make it known
did you make your representation known to the defense counsel in this case, specifically myself and Mr. Steele?
I did, yeah.
Okay. In your dealings with the defense in this case, have myself or Mr. Steele ever gone behind your representation, to your knowledge, and attempted to speak to Mr. Copeland without your knowledge and understanding?
I have no knowledge of that. I'm not aware of any time that would have happened.
Since you were alerted about the state speaking to Mr. Copeland, have you read the transcripts from the ex parte communications?
I have mostly read them. I will be honest and say I haven't read the whole thing.
Okay. Have you become aware that Mr. Copeland was speaking to the state in the week leading up to June 7th, 2024?
Yes,
Okay. Have you become aware that Mr. Copeland was in the actual courthouse speaking to the state on that week?
I became aware of that on either June 6th or June 7th.
Did you know anything about that as it was happening?
I did not.
Before you reached out to the state via those emails that have been introduced, did the state ever tell you that they were communicating with your client?
No.
How did you initially learn that the state was communicating with your client?
Are you referencing the week leading up to June the 7th of 2024?
Yes, let me ask in a more precise manner.
Mhm.
Did you become aware on Thursday, June 6, 2024, that the state had been speaking to your client that week?
Yes,
And did you become aware that the state intended to call your client to the stand on the next day, that Friday?
yes.
Okay. Did you, and how did you find out about the state's plans to call your witness to the stand?
I believe you called me.
Could you say it again?
You called me.
You being
Yes.
Max Shar.
Yes,
Okay. And I called you on the telephone?
yes.
Okay.
So Matt Shard is the one who called Mr. Melnick. Hey, they're calling your guy. Where are you? And I assume Mr. Melnick said, say what now? Who? Mr. Copeland taking the stand? What's going on? Or something of the sort.
In that conversation, did I ever ask you to do anything on behalf of myself or Mr. Steele or our clients?
Absolutely not.
Did I ever ask you to stop Mr. Copeland from testifying?
Absolutely not.
As a lawyer, is it appropriate to contact another lawyer about their client?
Objection, Your Honor, as to this witness being qualified to speak about what are in the ethics.
I would hope that every lawyer in the state of Georgia is qualified to speak on what we're expected to do under our code of ethics. I'm going to overrule that.
Would you repeat the question, please?
Miss Love, what are you doing? You should know this. Oh, the desperation from Miss Love. I mean, has she been using AI helper throughout her career? Of course it is allowed for a lawyer to contact another lawyer if their client is testifying in the case. That's ridiculous. I mean, Miss Love, not even you can be this stupid. I need to correct myself. Apparently, Miss Love, you are this stupid.
In your experience as a lawyer, is it appropriate for another lawyer to contact you about matters concerning your client?
That's Law School 101.
And is that what I did on Thursday, June 6, 2024?
Yes.
Mr. Melnick, before you got in, well, your testimony is you were involved representing Mr. Copeland
Yes.
throughout this entire period, correct?
Mhm.
Before you emailed the district attorney's office about their communications with your client that you were unaware of, to your knowledge, had Mr. Copeland been granted any sort of immunity or legal protections for his testimony?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, after you contacted this district attorney's office and actively communicated with them about your client, what protections was Mr. Copeland granted?
Use immunity.
I have nothing further. Thank
All
you.
right. Any other defense attorney with questions for Mr. Melnick? All right, hearing no other. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Melnick, I'm just gonna be a little bit brief and I'm gonna clarify some things. Is defendants Williams exhibit? Yes, Mr. Hart.
Or speak just more loudly.
Here.
Or come around and, yeah,
You know what? I'll take
Okay.
the stand.
okay.
Here, I just can't get these.
You can leave them there.
Okay.
That's okay.
Does somebody have a copy of those exhibits for the court?
Judge, I'll give to the court the ones that he has admitted, and I'll just go ahead and use the ones that I have copies.
Okay, thank you. Just pull that mic down towards you and make sure the green
Okay,
is
so
on.
Lovezilla is
Mr. Melnick, there's-
Oh.
trying to save herself.
You see where it is?
Room's green.
I don't actually see it. It sounds to me like it's on.
Yeah, sounds like it's on.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Melnick, and Your Honor, I'm going to use, unless the court instructs me otherwise, I'm going to use the copies that I was given, that I've marked as defendants the way that they've indicated they should be marked exhibits.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Melnick, I'm showing you what is the copy of Defendant's Exhibit 1
Yes.
that was given to the state and to the court. Is this an exact copy of Defendant's Exhibit 1 that I'm showing you?
I believe so. I mean, I haven't printed them up. I don't know if there was another email that was.
Y'all are welcome to just use these if you want. That doesn't need to be an issue in the, I mean, they were handed to you, Ms. Love, by Mr. Steele, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then they ought to be exact copies.
May I refer to them?
Just a second. Mr. Harvey, yes, can you not hear? Oh, me? Okay, sorry. I was just saying, I'm sure that the copies are the same, unless, but if she wants to use the admitted copies, she can. I'll trade you. How about that?
Yes.
Just make sure you get the admitted copies to the court reporter when we're finished with this.
Yes.
Thank you.
So showing you what has been admitted as Defendant Williams Exhibit Number 1.
Yes.
Looking at Defendant's Williams Exhibit Number 1, is that an extraction? In other words, is that a portion of an email cut out and isolated from a larger email?
I don't believe so.
Then I'm going to show you Defendant
What are you up to, Ms. Love? What are you up to?
Your Honor, I just may need the portions that I gave to the court because I don't see.
All right, here you go.
Yep. Thank you. All right. All right. Showing you what I will mark as State's Exhibit 1, copy of Defendant Williams Exhibit 1, Melnick Proffer. And I was provided this by Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
By Mr. Steele.
Yes. Could you look at what I've now labeled as State's Exhibit 1 and compare it to what has been admitted as Defendant's Exhibit 1 and tell me whether or not those two documents, State's Exhibit 1, just for the purposes of the record, is a one-page document. Could you tell me whether these two documents contain the content from the same email?
So the content appears to be the same, other than the fact that on the one that you just marked, there what appears to be the seal from the Fulton County, the Atlanta Judicial Circuit.
And in fact, the one that I've marked as State's Exhibit 1 is the actual email that Mr. Steele would have had access to, correct? It's a portion of the actual email chain, given that it has that seal on it.
Very often, if I'm sending an email, I'll just pick up from the last email that I sent to or from that individual. So that may well be. There may have been a prior email, but I mean, if it was between you and I don't remember exactly when it was.
I'm showing you what has, I believe, been marked as Defendant Williams Exhibit number 2. Let's see if those two match. Give me 1 second, okay?
What she seems to imply is that on the top end of one of the copies, you can see that the bottom end
You'd agree
of
with
the
me
previous
that
email.
So
Defendant Williams Exhibit 2 is in fact the top portion of the email that I have labeled and tendered as State's Exhibit, or not yet tendered, but labeled as State's Exhibit 1.
yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state tenders State's Exhibit 1 just as evidence.
All right,
All right. Now,
admitted.
thank you, Judge. So looking at Defendant Williams Exhibit 2 and State's Exhibit 1, are you able now to say with any more clarity that Defendant Williams Exhibit 1 is a document, a piece of paper where a portion of the email chain that is contained within Defendant Williams 2 and State's Exhibit 1 has been extracted and pasted onto a piece of paper?
So I can't speak for how Mr. Steele printed this up. I wasn't there in his office when he did that, or whenever somebody in his office did that. You are correct that what has been marked here as Mr. Williams Exhibit number 2 is part of a chain of communications between myself, yourself, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Shart. Looks like there's a CC to Antonio Long as well. So but these emails were sent after the State's Exhibit 1, which is also Mr. Williams Exhibit number 1. These emails date, so you can see here, Ms. Love, this is dated June 6, 2024, 5:47 p.m. Yeah, this is dated June 6, 2024, 4:31 p.m. Right. So this is just part of the same line of communications that we were having, where I said, Mr. Copeland doesn't want to plead, doesn't want to testify, wants to take the fifth. Ms. Hilton responds, and then I respond to her response. And in her response, this is where you get your insignia for the Atlanta Judicial Circuit.
Okay, so let me be clearer. The exhibit that is labeled Defendant Williams Exhibit 1, did you ever forward that separately to Mr. Steele or Mr. Sharp?
I think I just forwarded. I mean, I wouldn't have had to because they got the emails. Right.
Okay.
So they got this email initially.
All right, y'all, when y'all are saying this email, we have no idea
I got
what
you.
you mean. Can you refer to the exhibit numbers?
They got Mr. Williams' email number 1, exhibit number 1, which is the first email from June 6th at roughly 4:30 p.m. Then there was a response from Ms. Hilton, June 6th, 4:57.
It seems like Ms. Love has some issue with communication because he might have CC'd in the defendants on his reply to Miss Hilton or Miss Love or anything. That doesn't mean that only, in my personal experience, that doesn't mean they get to see the entire chain. And you know, they got both emails being discussed because they are CC'd on them. Yeah, this is Miss Love trying to impeach on something. I mean, seriously, this is so stupid.
PM.
And that's marked Williams too.
Williams 2, thank you. And then there, I respond to that, June 6th, 5:47 PM.
Okay, so
And that's also on
On
Williams
2,
right?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
so as it pertains to my original question, Defendant Williams Exhibit 1 was never a communication that you sent separate from the emails that are contained in Defendant Williams 2 and State's Exhibit 1. Is that wrong or right?
That is wrong.
Okay, so you sent, without forwarding the rest of what is labeled as Defendant Williams 2 and State's Exhibit 1, you sent an email that contained only the document that is labeled Defendant's Exhibit 1 to Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele, Ms. Hilton, and myself.
I sent it on June the 6th at 4:30.
Right. And do you also see June 6th at 4:31 p.m.? And when you say 4:30, you do mean 4:31 p.m.?
Yes.
Do you also see June 6th, 2024 at 4:31 p.m. on the email State's Exhibit 1?
Yes.
And in fact, the email State's Exhibit 1 is at the bottom, meaning it came before
Yes.
the emails that were Defendant Williams Exhibit 2.
That is correct.
Okay. And so given that State's Exhibit 1 looks as it does, are you saying that the email that is Defendant Williams 1 is the entirety and not a part of any other email chain that you said?
This email was the first email sent. Okay, so when I say this email, I'm referring to Mr. Williams Exhibit number 1.
Okay.
Was the first email sent on June the 6th of 2024.
Okay.
That is the first email. Mr. Williams Exhibit number 2 is the continuation of that chain of emails in which Ms. Hilton responded to me, and then I responded to everybody else, including yourself.
Thank you for clearing that up. Your Honor, I'm going to give back to the court's copies of the
Yes.
emails.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know what she was trying to do,
And
but
I
it is
apologize, they're not.
stupid.
That's fine.
Stupid, stupid, stupid.
You were asked, Mr. Melnick, about,
Jesus Christ. Fix the microphones.
you were asked by Mr. Sharp, how did you become aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland? Do you know?
Okay, let's try to figure out where that squelch is coming from.
Might
and
be
maybe-
from me. I may have been too close
Okay,
to the
where's
microphone.
State's one, Miss Love?
And Your Honor, if
If
the
you've
court
got-
didn't, I tender.
Yeah, you did, it's submitted. Thank you.
Did we clear up the squelch? Is it gone? Okay.
It seems to be.
Judge, is it the court's mic?
No, it is Miss Love. What is it with
I'll
Miss
step
Love?
away from it so that I'm not echoing. Mr. Melnick, do you remember Mr. Shard asking you, how did you become aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
Yes.
And did you understand that question to me in 2024?
Leading up to June 7th of 2024, yes.
Did you answer how you became aware that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
I did,
How did you become aware?
because Mr. Shar told me.
Okay. And when Mr. Sharp called you, was that the first time that you were aware that the state had been talking to Mr. Copeland?
I was aware of an interview that took place with, I think it was investigator Viverito, I don't remember the date of that interview, but it was during a time when I was representing Mr. Copeland. But other than that particular communication, that was the first time I became aware of any direct communication between the district attorney's office and Mr. Copeland.
And when you speak of the interview by Investigator Vivarito, was that while she was with the DA's office or while she was with the Atlanta Police Department?
I do not know.
And was that interview one that you have seen or have knowledge as a part of the discovery in this case, or something different?
I have knowledge of it. I've never seen the interview. I know that it exists.
And was that interview a formal interview while he was in custody at the jail?
Yes, as I recall. I mean, I haven't seen the interview, but I believe he was in custody at the time.
Okay. And did you give permission for that interview? I'm gonna turn this off.
Just speak loudly.
Did you give permission for that interview, or did Mr. Copeland reach out to Investigator Vivarito to talk to her?
I have no idea. I did not give permission for that interview. I do not know if Copeland reached out to her or not.
And had you been paid by Mr. Copeland or retained by Mr. Copeland to represent him on criminal charges at that time?
Yes,
And was that prior to March of 2023 that this interview took place?
yes.
Do you recall at any time representing to any member of the district attorney's office in 2023 that Mr. Copeland had not paid you for your services?
No.
Do you recall telling a member of the district attorney's office that you were not representing Mr. Copeland on his criminal charges because he had not paid you? I'm just asking if you remember. If you don't, that's fine.
I don't.
Okay.
No, I represented him in his criminal charges to the end.
We understand.
Yeah.
You absolute twat, Miss Love. Just because, for the sake of argument, say that he whined a bit about not getting paid. That does not mean he's not representing him. That only means he's not getting paid for some odd reason. For the sake of argument, I'm not saying it is like that he wasn't getting paid, but that doesn't mean the representation ends. Miss Love, you're a moron. An absolute moron.
And when Mr. Sharp called you, what was it? What did he say to you exactly?
He said that Mr. Copeland was being called as a witness the next day, June the 7th of 2024.
So at what point how did he tell you that the state had been talking to you?
During the course of that conversation,
What did he tell you exactly?
he just said that the state's been speaking to Mr. Copeland.
How many times have you spoken with Kenneth Copeland between the time that Mr. Sharp called you and the time that you resolved his criminal matter before?
How many times did I speak with him
Yes, sir.
between June of 23 and June of 24? I mean, I can't give you an exact number, but Mr. Copeland has always been in communication with me.
Did you speak with him more than one time?
Yes,
And during your communication with him, did he always have access to your phone number?
always.
Did he appear to always be aware that he could reach out to you at any time?
This is something where we're going to have to, I
Thanks.
don't feel comfortable.
I can stop and pull that question all the way back.
All right.
And the court can decide if the next question is privileged. Did you assure Mr. Copeland?
I'm not going to talk about anything I said to Mr. Copeland,
I'm
period.
sorry.
I'm not going to talk about anything
That's fine.
that I said to Mr. Copeland.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, Miss Love, you know that is privileged.
Based on how you have
This
already
is
testified,
basic law.
Is it safe to say Mr. Copeland didn't reach out to you and say to you?
I'm not going to talk about any communication I had with Mr. Copeland.
Do you have any idea why it would be Mr. Sharp who first alerted you that the state was talking to Mr. Copeland?
No.
This is so improper.
And are you aware of any communications Mr. Copeland made to the state as it pertains to your representation of him after his criminal case was resolved?
I'm not.
Do you have it
Do
on
you
the...
recall, you indicated that you spoke with Mr. Abadi of the district attorney's office regarding Mr. Copeland as a witness in the case that we are in trial on now.
Yes.
Do you recall telling Mr. Abadi that you were not representing Mr. Copeland beyond the criminal case?
No.
Was the time or times that you spoke with Mr. Abadi in the context of resolving or getting a bond for Mr. Copeland's criminal charges?
It was primarily with regard to the bond and the underlying criminal charges. I don't believe Mr. Abadi has much, if any, involvement in this case.
What is your recollection of what it was that you said to Mr. Abadi or anyone else regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland beyond his criminal charges?
I don't really recall having, other than the fact that, he's talked to me and I've talked to the state, I don't recall having in-depth conversations about it. Y'all were still in the middle of jury selection. It wasn't much of an issue.
Understanding you don't recall having in-depth conversations about it, what is it that you recall telling Mr. Abadi or any other member of the state about your representation of Kenneth Copeland beyond his criminal charges?
I don't really have any independent recollection of anything specific.
How are you then able to say that you spoke with members of the state and told them that you represented Kenneth Copeland in his capacity as a witness in this trial?
Because I had specific conversations with Don Geary about this case and about Mr. Geary's desire to use Mr. Copeland as a witness.
Am I correct that that was pre-indictment?
Yes,
And am I correct that that was at a time when there was at least a prospect that Mr. Copeland would be a defendant and not only a witness?
that's correct.
So apart from the conversation you had with Don Geary pre-indictment, where there was the prospect that Mr. Copeland would be on the indictment, do you have any recollection of conversations that you had with members of the district attorney's office regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness in the current case 22 SC 183572?
Ms. Love, we did not have substantive discussions about what his testimony would be, but everybody in your office knew that I was representing Kenneth Copeland.
With respect, I don't mean substantive, I'm asking you simply, do you recall what it was, if anything, you said to either Mr. Abadi or any other member of the district attorney's office regarding your representation of Kenneth Copeland as a witness only in the current case 22 SC 1835?
Just that I'm representing him.
And you recall specifically saying to some member of the DA's office, apart from the criminal charges that you helped resolve in 2023, you recall saying to a member of the district attorney's office, I'm representing Kenneth Copeland as a witness only in the YSL trial.
I said that to you, okay?
As your memory.
Yes.
Where was this? Was it on the phone?
Yes.
And what was
It doesn't matter, Miss Love. The last time you had communications about Mr. Copeland, he had representations. You cannot slice up part where he was only representing him in this. That doesn't mean he represents him in other things. You twat. You absolute twat. This is basic. This is first year 101 law. The last time you had communications about Mr. Copeland, he had representations. That means you have to assume he has representation. You can't splice it up like that. You're absolute moron.
was it before or after Mr. Copeland resolved his criminal charge?
I guess before, because it was when we were talking about the bond issue.
And so what exactly did you say about your representation?
I said that I was representing him, and if you want to talk to him, talk to me.
And when you said you were representing him, isn't it true that you were talking about his criminal charge?
No, Miss Love, it's not true.
Did
And
you state that you were representing him beyond his criminal charge?
Had you finished your answer?
that's fine, yes.
Make sure he finishes his answer before you put the next one on the floor, okay?
Did you state that you were representing Kenneth Copeland in his capacity as a witness in the 22 SC 183572 case?
Yes.
Outside of the criminal charges?
Yes,
And did I hear you say that it is your testimony that you never once indicated that Kenneth Copeland had not paid you and you weren't even representing him in the criminal case?
No.
So is it also your testimony that no one from the DA's office reached out to you to try and get you to go speak with Mr. Copeland
about what?
about his criminal charges?
Nobody tried to reach me to go talk to Mr. Copeland about his criminal charges.
Is that your testimony?
I don't know why that would be necessary.
That wasn't the question. Answer the question.
No, I don't recall anybody speaking to me about going to talk to Mr. Copeland about his criminal charges.
And so is it fair to say you also don't remember telling any member of the DA's office that you were on vacation and you were not able to deal with Mr. Copeland's criminal charge?
So I resolved Mr. Copeland's criminal charges. As far as I know, I resolved them to Mr. Copeland's satisfaction. And it may well be that at some point I was on vacation and not available to go speak to Mr. Copeland. I don't recall specific dates and times, but there is no issue with communication between myself and Mr. Copeland. Okay.
So as it relates to the question that I asked, do you recall there being a time when you conveyed to the district attorney's office that you were on vacation and could not go to talk with Mr. Copeland?
Ms. Love, if you have such a communication, then I'm sure it exists. The fact that I may have been on vacation a day or a week doesn't mean that I wasn't communicating with my client. Okay.
And if you wouldn't mind answering whether or not you recall it.
I don't recall.
All right, y'all, we've been at this for over an hour and it's really not particularly relevant anyway. So let's wrap things up.
Yes, Your Honor.
This is absolutely relevant because Love and Hilton lied to Judge Glanville because they claim Mr. Melnick told them he wasn't representing. Now we know that was a lie. We also have, because they have no paper trail, no email, no text, no nothing to back it up. This is absolutely ridiculous, and it's absolutely relevant to this case, since Mr. Copeland is a witness under immunity, gotten under false pretenses. It is absolutely relevant, in my opinion.
When you spoke about Mr. Herzog and you said he was never involved in the case, do you know what it was that he was calling about?
He was calling me about Mr. Copeland testifying in the YSL trial.
And you spoke with him
Yes.
and he said that?
Yes.
And what did you tell him?
I told him that Mr. Copeland didn't want to testify.
Now, that was in March.
That was in June of 2023.
And did Mr. Herzog ever say he was working on that trial?
That was my understanding of the purpose of his call to me.
Did he say he was working on it?
Yes.
You indicated, and Your Honor, I have.
They need to call the former
You
prosecutor.
indicated that upon questioning by Mr. Siegel, that your concern regarding the district attorney's office communication with Mr. Copeland was Mr. Copeland's criminal exposure and that the DA's office was seeking use immunity. And that you considered it ironic that a motion would be filed on June the 7th, considering there should have been, or wasn't, apparently there was no grant of immunity prior to that time. Do you recall saying
I
that?
do.
You never once asked the district attorney's office what protections the immunity afforded to Mr. Copeland, did you?
I'm familiar with what use immunity is, Ms. Love.
Do you recall telling Ms. Hilton in the presence of an investigator that you had never heard of OCGA 245-507?
I believe that I did not know that that was the use immunity statute, but once I read the order and saw that it was the use immunity statute, I'm very familiar with use immunity. I've been doing this for 30 years.
And so you are aware then that there wasn't a need to seek use immunity, but that the motion was to compel Mr. Copeland to testify after the state had offered him immunity.
I feel that the motion and the order that was granted to Mr. Copeland did not protect him very much at all.
And finally, in writing to the email that is labeled Defendant Williams Exhibit Number 5, you wrote, "My concerns for my client, had I been involved, I would have demanded a much more specific immunity deal.
Mhm.
You need him much more than he needs you. You've put him in a terrible position where you know his life is in danger, whether in custody or on the street. He's a marked man from this point forward. Go F yourself if you think I'm doing anything besides protecting my client."
Yes.
So what specifically did you
Remember, Ms. Love, what you asserted about the communications between you and Mr. Melnick in that June 10th communication. You lied to the court. You lied to Judge Glanville. And I'm quite sure this is something you have asserted in open court as well. Miss Love is a pathological liar. She is unable to not lie if she thinks she can get away with it and if she thinks that she can get something out of it.
You didn't include in here anything particular that you were worried about with the immunity deal, but you were very specific about Mr. Copeland's potential danger from testifying. Is that wrong or right?
We all know that Mr. Copeland is in danger by virtue of his testifying here.
Now, are you asserting that he is in danger from any member of the state from testifying?
No.
And what specifically did you want, more specifically, because you do understand it's not immunity deals. We can't use anything he says in any way against him.
Yes.
So understanding that, and that the motion was simply to compel Mr. Copeland to testify, given that he received that, what much more specific information did you want to see in the?
I would have demanded that he be given immunity from all state level prosecutions as a result of any action he may have had involved with any other individual in this case. And I would have seen if we could have included the feds in that as well.
And did you not understand Mr. Copeland, or did you want more than what he was entitled? Did you not understand him to have been afforded immunity for anything he was asked about criminally, whether it was from the state or the defense?
All that protects him from is from you using his testimony against him.
So you did not understand that it actually protected us from using that testimony in any way to get information about him to prosecute him regarding those matters. You didn't understand
It protects him from his testimony at trial being used against him, Ms.
that?
Love.
And anything derived from that
And anything derived from that
testimony.
testimony.
Yes, speak on the sound. Anything derived from that?
Testimony. Are you aware of that?
Yes, ma'am.
So given that Mr. Copeland could not be prosecuted for anything he testified about criminally, and the state could not use his testimony to go seek additional information or reasons to prosecute him, what is it that you would have been seeking to get?
So we are getting dangerously close to privileged communications here. So, but I told you what I would have demanded. I would have demanded absolute immunity from any state level prosecution for any criminal action involved in this matter.
Even those that he didn't speak about at all in the state?
Yes.
And could you tell us just why it is that you would have felt that that was
I think that's,
something that should have been afforded?
I'm not going to get into
Even if
that.
it did not?
I'm not going to get into that, Ms. Love. I'm not going to get into that.
Again, she's trying to
Yeah, I
elicit
think that's all that. Thank you.
All right, is
protected
there any
information.
further questioning? Okay, Mr. Melnick, this time you can actually go. Thank you for your time. All right,
This is
all right, let's move on to the next issue. All right, we're done with this, right? Everybody satisfied?
This is an absolute disgrace that Miss Love is allowed into a courtroom. Absolute disgrace. Now, thank you, Nana Misty, for your $2 super chat. Good morning, Nick, Mods and Thugs. Good morning, Nana Misty. Thank you for your support. John Commune, earlier for $5. I have something positive to say about Miss Love. I've generally liked her fashion sense. I'm going to go back to hating her now. J. Mick became a YouTube member. Thank you so much. Your support, it means the world to me. Now you have access to all the members-only content, members-only emojis, and members-only Discord. And I already told Alicia Lawson this. Now to some of the questions. Question, Nick, what does all this mean going forward now the judge is hearing all this testimony? Hopefully, Judge Whitaker gets a better understanding about the absolute length Miss Love is prepared to lie about in open court and in filings to get a win. Her absolute she's so unethical. She sets a new bar for unethical prosecutions. She has no worries lying to the court lying to the defense, lie to witnesses, lie to the public. She's a pathological liar, in my opinion. Patty B, what does this hearing prove, though? What's the point? To show that they spoke to Woody knowing he had a lawyer? Yes. And that is a serious thing, an extremely serious thing when they know a person has representation. They have an obligation to contact that lawyer first. What the prosecution did was claiming somehow Mr. Melnick told them he no longer represented, which is completely false, according to Mr. Melnick. And if they can't provide actual substantive evidence, I don't care if Ms. Hilton says he said something, because I don't trust not one person in the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. I will take their word for it, even if they assert it under the penalty. I will not believe them. If you don't have proof, I won't believe you. Dublin Mug, can Melnick get out of the use immunity? No, is my immediate answer. All right, that was the question. Let's see if an MD Law says, unfortunately, the court won't do anything about the blatant prosecutorial misconduct. Apparently not. Apparently not. But remember, folks, this is shown to the public, to you guys. Write about it on your social media. Share the links to these streams. It doesn't have to be my streams. To Steady Nash, to Infamous Sylvia, to Cadillac Law, to anybody covering this, share a link so more people get aware about the absolute corruption, the moral corruption in the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. All right, I think we are up to speed. So and we are a few minutes behind. All right, now we continue with the rest of this.
Judge, I'll just proffer on the record, and without calling unless the court finds it necessary, that the lawyer who was.
Okay, on just a second. Yes, sir.
I do not accept any proffer by Ms. Love. I've told the court that before, but that remains.
All right.
I'm rejecting it. If she
No,
wants to
I'm not.
provide, then that's fine.
Don't talk while somebody else is talking. Let him finish. Let me rule. Then you can go ahead. I will listen to what your proffer is, because it's really not for Mr. Steele to accept or not. It's for the court to accept or not. Go ahead.
That Mr. Abadi, who was earlier president of court, was on the call that I think Mr. Melnick referenced that he had regarding, he said he had spoken to Mr. Abadi about Mr. Copeland and his representation of Mr. Copeland as a witness in this case. Mr. Abadi would testify that Mr. Melnick specifically and explicitly said he didn't want to have anything to do with this YSL case, that he was not representing him in his capacity as a witness in this case, and that when he was dealt with the criminal charges, that was it. I believe that he made some reference to a used car salesman or something like that. I don't remember exactly, but if necessary, I will. If
you don't have that on paper, I will not believe anyone in the district attorney's office. Not one of you.
Mr. Abadi back at some point testify.
All right. Well, if I am presented with a motion that makes that testimony relevant, then we'll hear from him at that time. My point in all of this was just so that Mr. Melnick could feel like he'd cleared his name.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So anybody need a restroom break before we move to our next topic? All right. Let's take 12 minutes and be back at 10:30.
And Your Honor, there's the omitted parts of the transcript. I just want to let you know before we move on to something else. So,
Omitted parts of the transcript. Yeah, that's what the next topic's going to be. Yes.
All right. Now we are up to completely live. We have about 4 minutes. I'm astounded by the audacity of the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. Absolutely astounded. Hi, Lois Thomas. You just missed it. The first hour and a half is about Mr. Melnick. So you missed it by just not many minutes. And the thing that Miss Love is saying, oh, there was another person on that call that will testify. Here is my experience. For you who don't know, hi, I'm Nick. I do labor law. Miss Love is trying to proffer a testimony from her subordinate. That subordinate, she is in a position of power against. For me, that I would argue that he cannot do this proffer, since he would be, since if he agrees with her, I would argue, well, he needs to keep his job. And Miss Love has shown throughout this trial that she is very petty and will not hesitate to punish anyone who speaks against her. So for that reason alone, I would say that testimony is not. Yeah, and as MG Law says, then why wasn't that person present today? The prosecution knew that Mr. Melnick would be there. Nick, so do you think that almost every time the judge was late to court that he was meeting with the prosecutor? I don't know. I'm sure there are occasions where both the prosecution and the defense might have had meetings with him. But if I learned something from the streams with Doug here, as he said, sometimes the clients were late. Sometimes the jurors were late. But I do believe that Judge Glanville was the main reason they were all late. And if I remember correctly from what Doug said on these streams, is that both prosecution and at least one or a few of the prosecutions were there as early as the defense. Yeah, and as MG Law says, surrounding there, I think that's a strong possibility. Since they didn't have that investigator there prepared for this, now they can get his stories and lies straight. Why do we say that? Because the Fulton County District Attorney's Office is not to be trusted. Zos says, do you know how the mic was squealing, Nick? That's because Love had some sort of device on her that was causing interference with the frequency. I wouldn't be surprised at all, since we now know she had AI legal helper on her laptop in court a few days ago. We know that because she was caught having it. It's it is immense. I do not understand why this trial is ongoing with all of this. I honestly don't. But again, something I showed you yesterday. A Georgia judge was punished by the Georgia Supreme Court not long ago in a decision they held here, for misconduct. He was given 30 days without pay, and he was not allowed to another term. He had 58 cases of misconduct against him over a period of 7 years. And all he got was a 30-day suspension and a promise to not reapply or be elected again. Which means his pension is safe. And for me, that is the level of misconduct needed to even get a 30-day suspension in Georgia, which is astounding. Astounding. They should be back by now, but no worries. Let's see. When was she caught with the AI helper? I believe Wednesday of last week. Wednesday. Let me see if I can find it again. I showed it yesterday. Oh, what was it? Dun, dun, dun. What was his name again? I have to go back in my profile to find it. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, there it is. Let's look at it again. Hold on. It's very blurry. I hope that the defense can bring it up, and maybe if they can, I don't know. But that, I believe, is AI legal helper or whatever it is. I believe this was Wednesday. And this is why her laptop has been overheating all of last week. Because that thing takes all the CPU machinery to, yeah. And apparently today she didn't use it. And that might be why she doesn't, I mean, she's so oblivious to Law 101. When she tries to elicit, what she knows is protected information. When she misrepresents what use immunity is. Oh, we are back.
Mr. Steele, move into our next topic.
I think
Oh, and by the way, from Friday, this judge said she might do a ruling on the motions for mistrial during the weekend. Apparently she haven't. So the motions from Weinstein and the renewed motion for a fair trial from Mr. Shard, she hasn't made rulings on them yet. Not officially. So it's still open that she might end up granting a mistrial, and maybe even there's the slimmest of chances that a motion for mistrial might be with prejudice. But she also knows that the defense do not want a mistrial only. Because that means they will start over all over again. And the defense. So that might also be one of the reasons why we don't see a granted mistrial. Because in her belief, it doesn't reach with prejudice. And that is why she keeps this going, because it's either or for the defense. Either mistrial with prejudice, or we go on. So it might actually be that this judge is also considering those two options only.
Okay.
Oh. And thank you so much, William Claudius, for your super sticker. Thank you for your $10 and your support of this channel. It is a balloon, the number 3 and a heart. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. General rules for the chat, by the way, is be respectful. Don't yell at each other. Try to be on topic. I don't mind if you go stray, as long as you get back to the topic of this trial. And avoid politics. That's about it. That's about it. And don't use words might get me demonetized or yeeted. I can use those for myself, because then it will be my fault, but please do not do that to me. Okay? That's the general rules.
I do need to get. Could you please admit me to the Zoom?
Oh, I guess if Zoom's relevant, I better get on the Zoom also. So give me a second to do that also.
Mr. Weinstein, come on. Give us something juicy.
I'm pretty Zoom illiterate, so I may need a little assistance.
How can anybody be Zoom illiterate in this day and age after all of our COVID era Zooming?
I know enough to not turn myself on.
Oh, great. The judge said the C word. So I didn't take into account that those are one of the words that makes YouTube go, ooh, what was said? And the judge said it. Great. Microphone, please, Mr.
Okay, if you can let me in, and I guess. Are we going to be hearing from somebody over Zoom?
I just have a brief TikTok that I need to play.
Really?
It's very brief.
Okay.
Oh, is he going to play Woody's TikTok?
Well, this is part of the proffer, so it's your choice. I can do it or I cannot do it.
I have no idea what it's going to be.
I can tell you what it will be.
Why don't you tell me first?
This will be a TikTok of Mr. Copeland speaking to Miss Bumpus, where Mr. Copeland acknowledges that what is in the transcript the transcript is not complete from the June the 10th meeting.
Did Mr. Copeland read the transcript?
I don't know what Mr. Copeland has read or not.
So
if you don't want to hear it, then I can just do my proffer, Your Honor.
I mean, if that's what it says, it shows Ms. Bumpus talking to Mr. Copeland.
Believe it or not, yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Copeland says, whatever. I mean, I don't care. Play it.
You can take it for what it's worth.
Yeah,
Your Honor.
I'll just.
Let me just, if I can begin with my proffer, then I can play this, Your Honor.
It is my understanding, based on my conversations with Ms. Bumpus, that while the transcript may be, let me be more specific, the transcript of the June the 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting, and I'm not going to list everybody that was in the meeting, but that transcript was complete in the sense that when Judge Glanville was in the room and the court reporter was in the room, I have no basis to believe that that transcript is incomplete for when Judge Glanville was in the room. But there was a portion of that morning, a significant portion of that morning, based on my understanding, where it was Ms. Hilton was in the room, Mr. Copeland was in the room, Ms. Bumpus was in the room.
And how is that your understanding? Because I don't see that from the transcript. And I know I actually said that at some point, but I went back and looked, and let me reference y'all to, let me find it. All right, so the beginning of the transcript, it is just if we all look at page 3, present in chambers were Judge Glanville, ADA Love, Attorney Bumpus, Court Reporter Weaver, and investigators Long and Hamilton. And then they have a conversation that goes through page 22. On page 23, the proceedings stood in recess from 9:34 to 10:03 because just before then, they had decided to get Mr. Copeland in and Ms. Hilton in. So when they go back on the record at 10:03, this is reflected on page 23, it's Judge Glanville, ADA Hilton, Attorney Bumpus, Court Reporter Weaver, investigators Long, Hamilton, some deputies, and then at some point, Mr. Copeland expresses that he might want to call his sister, and on page 36, Mr. Copeland says, this is not the sister, can I speak with her for a second, meaning Ms. Bumpus? And it shows that Judge Glanville, ADA Hilton, Court Reporter Weaver, and the 2 DA's office investigators leave chambers at 10:17, return at 10:33. Then Mr. Copeland has a question for the court. And then on page 46, a sheriff's office person comes in and tells Judge Glanville, we have a security issue. We need to stop for a minute. And it reflects that Judge Glanville and that officer, Lieutenant Dean, exit chambers at 10:45. Judge Glanville returned to chambers at 10:47.
That doesn't mean it wasn't
Okay, and then there's something about he might want to talk to his sister. And on page 52, they appear to maybe call his sister, and Ms. Hilton says, if y'all want to talk, let me go somewhere where I can't hear you. The judge is over there, so just speak low so he doesn't hear you. And the court says, hold on. And Judge Glanville exits chambers along with Ms. Hilton, Investigator Long, Investigator Hamilton, and the court reporter. They all leave from 10:53 to 11:28. When they come back in, and this was where I got confused, the court says, okay, all right, Mr. Copeland, have you had an opportunity to talk with Ms. Bumpus, your lawyer, and Ms. Hilton, the state's counsel? Have you got any other questions? And I hadn't looked up to see who left before, so I thought maybe just the judge had left, but it appears that they had all left. So, I mean, I assume he meant, obviously, we know Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland had been talking prior to this. So I guess that's what he meant. But anyway, that's where I had gotten that. So where do you get your basis that they were in there at some point?
I get my information from Ms. Bumpus. So
Okay.
perhaps, and I don't know specifically at what point. I don't know if Ms. Hilton came back in the room prior to going back on the record. I don't know. But at some point, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Bumpus were in that room discussing things amongst themselves. And my understanding is that Mr. Copeland relayed information regarding the murder of Donovan Thomas and perhaps some other information that Ms. Bumpus indicated would be Brady material. And so I just want to put that on the record that this happened.
Okay, so you can't put that on the record
Well,
that it happened. You can put it on the record that Ms. Bumpus told you it happened.
Well, Ms.
Is that
Bumpus-
what you're saying?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I want to hear from Ms. Bumpus if that's the case.
Okay. And then would you like to, are you interested in
If you
seeing this
want me
TikTok?
to, that's fine.
Okay.
No, I'm not interested in seeing
But
it,
if-
but if you feel like it's relevant, I'll watch it.
Thank
Your Honor,
you.
may we approach briefly with Mr. Kendrick?
Yes.
Oh, look at that. Folks. Sidebar counter 217. Ah, another sidebar. Another sidebar. It seems like Miss Bumpus might be called as a witness. I like Miss Bumpus, and I will never give her legal advice. Not in a lifetime. I can only say what I would have done, and this is my general principle when it comes to my streamings. I will not ever discuss any of my cases, even at all, because I do sit on privileged information, of course, without it being in generality, because it happened more than 3 to 5 times, so you cannot extract exact information about who I'm talking about, just the situation in general terms. And that is not more than 10 years old. You will never catch me discussing cases that are less than 10 years old and not in general terms. Mostly, if it is a case where it is me against an employer that does really shady crap, and I don't have privilege, yeah, sure, I can say that. But I wouldn't not go online, especially not with a client. Let's just say that. But I do enjoy having Miss Bumpus on my channel and on my panel shows. She does what she does. Skip ahead a bit. This is a long sidebar. Sidebar. And it is Well, it seems like Mr. Harvey is the only one who wants to be near Miss Love, because Mr. Harvey is a legend, and he doesn't give two shits on a straw about Miss Love. And it seems like Miss Bumpus isn't there. I don't know. She might be on vacation this week. Oh, Miss Bumpus is in Brazil on vacation. Okay. As Casper Ghost says, Nick, this channel does not give legal, medical, or general life advice that should be relied upon. Always consult a professional, as your circumstances will be specific to your situation. Thank you, Casper Ghost. Gigi says, I've been really worried about Woody being on anyone's channel because he only has immunity to what he says in court. Yes. Out of court statements is free for all, in my opinion. Oh, Jasmine Hall says she's there sitting behind Sylvia. Oh, Miss Bumpus is in court. Oh. Okay. Yeah, okay. For the C word slip. Thank you so much, Berta. Just for you who are new here, I didn't say the C word according to female genitalia. It is the C word regarding the global event between 2020 and 2023. YouTube has really been pushing against that being mentioned in, I've been looking at, so far, my stream is still monetized. Yes. But that might mean that after I conclude this stream, for the replay crew, it won't be. Because, I know. But thank you so much, Berta, for your support of this channel. These occasional super chats, memberships, if you choose PayPal, which is pinned on the top of the chat, that means the world. This means I can run the channel and put money into the channel and stuff like that to develop. I don't know. One of my goals later on is to I will never pay myself, not until I get a huge surplus. I don't. Some of the contributions you have made, I have put forward to the trip I'm taking to the United States. I will travel on Wednesday in 2 days. I will be flying into Houston, spending the weekend in Houston, then to New Orleans, then to Atlanta on the 14th. I will be in port on the 14th, and maybe morning of the 15th as well. Then I will be traveling through Chattanooga to Knoxville. And after Knoxville, I will go to Indiana. And after Indiana, I will go to Michigan. So it is a cross-country road trip. And some of it I can display on this channel, but I have created a separate road trip channel. Because
We've got a resolution, and that is that we're going to take 2 minutes or so. Mr. Weinstein is going to go refresh his recollection by watching the TikTok himself, and then he represents that there are really only about 10 seconds that are relevant. It is one question by Ms. Bumpus and one gesture and short answer by Mr. Copeland. He's going to make himself a written record of what that actually says, and he's going to proffer that. So we'll take a quick break, and allow him to do that, then he can come back and put a more detailed, specific proffer on the record, and we'll go from there. All right, so we're in recess again.
Okay. Miss Love really didn't want that played in court. Oh, she really didn't. And she definitely don't want Miss Bumpus to testify. Thank you to Nana Misty for gifting 5 memberships. It was gifted to MD Thomas 8368, Deliberate Indifference Wisconsin, Pretty Little Vibe, Monica B, and Young Forever. Congratulations, you now have access to all my members-only content, members-only emojis, and members-only Discord. Hey, thank you so much, Nana Misty. That is so sweet of you. I will publish the different members-only emojis. These are the ones. It is Nice Viking, Happy Viking, Love Viking, Boomer, my FCK tractor, Female Viking, Three-Hole Wonder regarding the Jody Aris trial, Mr. Jingles, and Santa Jingles. So those are the ones. Those are the ones that you as members can use, especially when I accidentally mute myself and talk. You post that one so I can immediately see, oh, whoopsie. Thank you so much, Nana Misty, for your continued support of this channel. Erin Olivia, hey all, trying to catch up. Anything I can fast forward through? No? Maybe the first 5 to 7 minutes. But then, maybe on occasions there are dead space, but yeah. Oh, wow. What a buster clock. Oh. So it will be that Mr. Weinstein will watch a TikTok. I've seen it. I think most of you have seen it, where Miss Bumpus asked Woody. I think the specific question is, Woody, is the transcript complete? And he does this and says, you know that. It doesn't mean that a court reporter didn't write anything down. It only means something was said, at least in the presence of Miss Hilton, that was spoken when Judge Glanville and Miss Weaver wasn't in the room. Oh yeah, my road trip channel. I use that because if I show too much road trip on this channel, the YouTube algorithm will believe that, oh, your niche is people who like trials and road trips only, which is about 5 people. So that is why I will try to keep those separate. For members and stuff, I can show a bit more. Maybe short, I can show that. On Twitter, I will show more. But specifically on the YouTubes, I will have the road trip on a separate channel. I will fill up my coffee here. And for you who wonder what it was shown a minute ago, here it is. It is simply N.Starow road trip. And I think I have 70 subscribers or something of the sort, and I have 4 videos up. I will on Wednesday morning, because my flight leaves at 6 a.m. my time, which is midnight your time. And so I will record my way there. If I can record something on the flight, I will do that, because I have a stop in Amsterdam, so I can upload something, and then it's the long flight over to the United States. And so I will record from the flight, I guess. And well, I will record on the flight. I don't know when I can upload it, which also means that where was I going with that? I will not be able to stream on Wednesday unless I have the stream on StreamYard done, and I can make Dave start the stream. But I cannot actually be on that stream. So I will probably on Wednesday, because I will be listening in on Wednesday evening, because then I will be in Houston. From the hotel, I might stream a recap of Wednesday. Yeah, and there are 200 people here, which is amazing. Please hit that thumbs up button, because there are currently 145 likes and 201 live viewers. So it's about 60 of you. If you like the show, thumbs up. If you think I'm a jackass, press the thumbs down. I mean, and if you do believe that, I don't mind constructive criticism. I welcome it. I don't want to be a channel for yaysayers. I don't mind, because sometimes I say something that is wrong, and I want you to correct me. Because I've been covering this trial, this case, since May of last year. Some things are being blurred in my memory. So I really, really like it when you correct me on some things and remind me of stuff, because I have a lot of information collected. It's just the order of it might be a bit skewed. On TM, is it just me, or does the judge seem to be less enthusiastic about hearing this case? The more information she gets, the less enthusiastic she sounds. But I do believe this specific part that we've been hearing this morning, in my opinion, it seems like she really thinks, I don't care so this much about this, because she wants to continue with the trial. Conditionally accepted. Welcome to Texas. Houston, not a good representation. It's the convention. This road trip started out as a weekend in Houston for the Missouri Convention. And then it evolved into a complete road trip across the United States. So I will be down to Galveston as well. Some non-touristy stuff I've been hoping to see. Maybe a gun range, because for you who don't know, Sweden has really restrictive gun laws. Really, really restrictive. So yeah, and I need to get myself a hat. And then I know that Kurt on civil law is there. I also believe that Brandy Churchwell is in that area. Who knows who I will meet up with? I don't know. Dun, dun, dun. Nick, different Wisconsin says, Nick, don't worry about forgetting anything on your trip. Clothes and electronics are so cheap here. Sales tax is like 5% at most. Oh, electronics over here in Sweden, because we have an additional storage tax on phones and stuff. For instance, if you have a phone with 250 gig memory, you have to pay extra charge. The more storage you have on your phone and your devices, the higher the tax. So and then you have to pay sales tax on top of that. So it's, yeah. But I do have a separate phone. But when I get to Houston, I will get this AT&T 30-day tourist internet calls, some blah, blah, blah. And yeah, so I have a separate phone for that. Yeah, Casper Ghost. Yes, I will visit the Fulton County Courthouse during. That will be on August 14 and 15. I will have a meetup with infamous Sylvia. I might go for drinks with Doug Weinstein. And yeah, it will be amazingly fun. Amazingly fun. Craig Cruden, if I were in the area you're going, I would want to visit Bucky's. Yeah, I do believe Bucky's is on the I-20 between Houston and New Orleans. There is a Bucky's. And oh hell yeah, I'm going to visit Bucky's. Lil Pill says, Nick, we have really high taxes on booze, tobacco, and books here. Yeah. For you who don't know, I use nicotine pouches and I smoke cigars. Now, I do have to choose between bringing with me enough nicotine pouches or cigars. So I will be choosing these. Hopefully, I will find somewhere I can have a cigar or two. Hope you have an empty suitcase for souvenirs. I will travel quite light. I mean, I will have clothes necessary and a big suitcase and stuff like that. But yes, I had this discussion on a stream a while ago because I was thinking about getting beer mugs or something from each place I visit, but that would take up a lot of room. So shot glasses, at least. Texas has a sin tax on alcohol and tobacco. Oh, really? Oh, it's the I-10. Thank you. Conditionally accepted. I-10. Why aren't that? Oh, speak of the. Here we are. Here we go. Tax in Houston, 8 to 12%. Okay, thank you. Ship what you can. Yeah, I do have one of these virtual PO boxes, so I can actually send stuff to there, which I then can ship back to Sweden. And if you want to give me a gift, there it is. Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Weinstein.
Thank you for giving me time to refresh my poor memory, Your Honor. So there is actually originally a YouTube video that I viewed on TikTok. And it's an interaction between Kayla Bumpus, Mr. Copeland's attorney, and Mr. Copeland.
Okay.
And there's just is this feedback a problem? Okay.
Not right now, it's not.
Okay. So anyway, I viewed this interaction. I'll go ahead and proffer to the court the exchange that I witnessed. Ms. Bumpus says, Woody, is the transcript complete? Mr. Copeland then vigorously shakes his head back and forth, indicating no. Then Kayla Bumpus says, you say no? And then Woody responds with, you know that. So that's the interaction that takes place. Your Honor, as I think maybe you indicated, and certainly as the state indicated, perhaps the better source of this is Ms. Bumpus herself. She's here. I'd like to call her to the stand and we can hear her testimony about what took place on June the 10th, 2024. During the course of that ex parte that was not recorded in the transcript, not because of anything nefarious, but it would provide, I think, better insights into our position that there was Brady material June the 10th that was not captured in the transcript and not provided to us.
All right, let's hear it. Ms. Bumpus coming up, and Ms. Bumpus is basically, I think, been in court all morning. Is that right? Okay, coming up and take the stand.
Sure. Ms. Bumpus, would you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony that you're about to give today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, please be seated. Would you please state your name for the record?
Kayla Bumpus.
And what is your relationship with respect to Mr. Copeland?
I previously represented him on criminal cases, but for purposes of this case, I was a stand-in attorney.
And what was your intent in representing Mr. Copeland?
To make sure that his rights were protected and to make sure that Jonathan Melnick was good to go.
All right, let's focus on the discrete issue that is before the court, okay?
Certainly. You were present in the June 10th, 2024 ex parte meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
Have you read the transcript to the ex parte meeting?
Yes.
Um,
I'm not sure if that is already an exhibit in this case, Your Honor.
It is, it's a part of the record as a
Okay.
transcript.
Okay,
It's been filed
All right.
in Odyssey into the case.
Okay.
So I don't think it needs to be an exhibit unless you want to make it exhibit for the purposes of this hearing, but it's in the record.
okay. I'll just be referring to that transcript. So have you read the transcript from the June 10th ex parte meeting?
Yes.
And does that reflect everything that occurred the morning of June the 10th during the course of your meeting? I believe that was in chambers. Is that correct? That was compound.
That was a
meeting
compound
that was
question.
compound. Was
Let's
that meeting
redo
in
that one.
chambers? Where did that meeting take place?
In chambers.
In chambers. And was the ex parte transcript that you read a complete recording of absolutely everything that took place in chambers that morning?
No.
Could you please tell me generally, when was there a time during the course of that ex parte meeting when y'all went off of the transcript?
Clarify what you mean by that, when y'all went off.
Was
of
there a
the-
break in the proceedings at some point on the morning of June the 10th?
Multiple.
Multiple breaks.
Yes.
And during one of those breaks, did you have occasion to speak to Mr. Copeland with someone else, with someone from the states, the state present in the room?
Yes.
And when you had that conversation, that was off the record. That was without the transcript being transcribed.
Yes.
Let's clarify who is in the room at
Yes.
this point in time.
Okay. Who is in the room? And again, let me just make clear on this. I only want you to speak about conversations that you had with Mr. Copeland that are not privileged, where, for example, someone from the state was in the room. Do you understand?
For sure.
Okay. When there was a portion of that meeting that was not recorded on transcript, who was in the room?
Myself, Mr. Copeland, and Simone Hilton.
Who else,
Um,
if anyone?
I don't know all the deputies.
But were there deputies in the room as well?
Yes.
Do you remember how many?
4.
Okay. Anyone else other than the deputies and the 3 people you just named?
Investigator Hamilton and maybe another investigator from the state.
Okay. Approximately how long was that?
Hang on a second. Was the court reporter in the room?
I don't know. I don't recall. I can't remember.
And at what point during the meeting did this allegedly occur?
Towards the end.
If you had a copy of the transcript in front of you, could you show me where? Like, if
I
you,
could get close, Judge.
okay. Do you have a copy for her?
I don't have, does anyone have a copy? I do not have a copy
Mine just
printed out.
disappeared. I don't know where mine went.
Max, do you have one?
The judge is interested in.
I don't mind passing up, but it does have notes.
This the judge is interested in. Because this
Maybe not.
is something.
Let's get a clean copy.
Okay.
What had just occurred?
This is something the judge asked the state specifically about, and the state said nothing else.
And then what occurred following it? What had just occurred prior to?
What had just occurred was we had been meeting for a really long time and I needed to go to the bathroom because I was stressed out. And
Okay.
when I went outside in the hallway, Simone was outside in the hallway. So I guess she didn't want to be in the room with Mr. Copeland while I stepped out. That's all I can think of. So she was outside. She met me in the hallway and she said,
Okay, hang on before you get into what anybody said. So y'all are in chambers, like paint the picture for me. You're in chambers and what happens for you to then leave chambers to go to the restroom?
I needed a break.
Okay, and so you leave chambers
Yes.
and Ms. Hilton leaves chambers.
I don't know when she left because when I left, she was still in there. But when I came from the bathroom, she was in the hallway.
Okay, when you left chambers to go to the restroom, who was in chambers at the time that you left?
Mr. Copeland, the deputies that were with him, about 4, Ms. Hilton, the investigators from the DA's office, the judge, and the court reporter.
Okay, so you took a bathroom break.
Yes.
And as far as you know, you left and then you have no idea when or if anybody else left. But when you came back, Ms. Hilton was in the hallway.
Yes.
All right. Well, then that's not the part we're talking about.
No. Well, I think it leads up to the part we're talking about, and that interaction with Ms. Hilton may
Okay.
be relevant to where we're about to go.
All right.
Could you please describe the exchange you had with Ms. Hilton in the hallway?
So she asked me, I think I get what you're saying. I think I get what you guys are trying to say. And if he's trying to do what I think he's trying to do, then that's not going to work. And I said, well, I don't know what you're referring to, but I guess we can come back in and you could talk to him about it.
Okay. And so when you said you can come back in the room and talk with him about it, was there any further exchange in the hallway?
No.
What happened after that?
We go back in the chambers,
Excuse me, we being you and Ms. Hilton.
me and Ms. Hilton.
You go back into the chambers, and then would you say again who was in the chambers when you went back in?
Well, Mr. Copeland had then went to the restroom, so it was just me and Ms. Hilton in chambers, and then they bring him back in. And
Did
then-
you and excuse me, I don't mean to cut you off if you hadn't finished.
No, then the same other people.
Okay, when you and Ms. Hilton were in the chambers prior to Mr. Copeland returning, did you and Ms. Hilton have any further conversation in the chambers?
No.
Okay, when Mr. Copeland.
Hang on. So you and Ms. Hilton go back into chambers. Do you go back? I mean, chambers there's an anteroom where the judicial assistant sits. There's a staff attorney's office. There's the judge's office. Where are y'all? The judge's office?
Yes.
Okay. And when you and Ms. Hilton go back to the judge's office, there's nobody else there but the two of you?
And probably the investigators from the state.
You don't remember?
Well, the deputies had to take Mr. Copeland.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mr. Copeland was gone.
Yeah, he was in.
Was the court reporter there?
Yeah, she was there.
Was the judge there? If you remember.
I don't remember if he was in there.
Okay, so you and Ms. Hilton have a private conversation in chambers?
No, we don't talk.
Okay, y'all just walk back in and then what happens?
And then everybody comes back in.
Okay, who is everybody?
The judge, Mr. Copeland, the 4 deputies, the 2 investigators from the state.
Okay, we're just going to take it slowly, step by step, okay?
Okay.
All right. So those individuals return. Does Judge Glanville return to the chambers?
Yes.
Is the court reporter in the chambers?
Yes.
Okay. When all of these people are in the chambers, what happens next? A step at a time.
Simone starts talking to Mr. Copeland about what we talked about in the hallway.
What specifically did Ms. Hilton tell Mr. Copeland about what happened in the hallway?
I don't remember what she said at the beginning, because then she says, wait, Judge, can you step out?
Who is the she that says, wait, Judge, can you step out?
Simone Hilton.
Okay, ask the judge to step out. At that point, does the judge step out?
Yes.
Does anyone else step out?
I don't remember if the court reporter stepped out, but I know she stopped taking down what we were talking about.
Okay, and she may or may not have remained in the chambers.
Correct.
Okay.
And so at this point, you're saying that the judge is out, you, Ms. Hilton, Mr. Copeland, 4 sheriff's deputies and 2 DA investigators are in chambers.
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Okay. Next step. What happens next?
Simone starts to talk to Mr. Copeland about, I guess this is the part about purging yourself and perjury and impeachment.
Okay. What specifically did Ms. Hilton say about purging himself?
About purging himself once he began to testify that he would purge himself of him being arrested.
Okay. What about perjury did she tell to him? Did Ms. Hilton say to Mr. Copeland?
I think some of this is on the transcript, but she reiterated the fact that pretty much she wanted him to testify. She didn't know what he was going to say, but there was one thing that they know that he didn't do that she would not allow him to testify to.
Okay. What did Ms. Hilton tell Mr. Copeland was the one thing he knew, she
All
knew?
right, let's not assume any of this because this is your witness, so don't lead her, okay?
Okay. So when you say that, what did Ms. Hilton specifically say regarding that?
Well, first, Mr. Copeland said, I can claim all of this. I can claim all of this. I might as well just say I did all of this. And she said, but we know you didn't do all of this. And specifically, we know you did not kill Donovan Thomas. And I will not allow you to get on the stand and say that you killed Donovan Thomas.
And when Ms. Hilton said, I will not allow you to get on the stand and say you killed Donovan Thomas, did she say anything else with respect to that?
Pretty much, I was explaining to Mr. Copeland about independent evidence because she said if she had any independent evidence to prove that he was lying about anything, she would just use his statement to impeach him. But she would not necessarily press charges against him for perjury. But she said that if he said this thing, this one particular thing, which was the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, that she may move forward with perjury. And Mr. Copeland says, well, it's not just about me knowing who killed him, but it's about, I know more about that infinity, and I know something about somebody who's not even on trial.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there a second because there's a lot to unpack, okay? So do I understand your testimony to be that Ms. Hilton said that she would prosecute him if he lied about the killing of Donovan Thomas, but she would not prosecute him if he lied about other things?
Yes.
Let's go back to the infinity, because I didn't catch all of that. What did Mr. Copeland say about the infinity?
You just say, I know something about the infinity that y'all don't know.
And how did Ms. Hilton respond to that?
No, I don't remember, but basically she just like, okay.
Okay. What happened next in that meeting? Oh, can I stop you a second? Had Judge Glanville re-entered the chambers where you were at this point?
No.
Okay. Please continue. What happened after the comment from Mr. Copeland about the infinity?
I think that, I mean, she really didn't say anything about it. She just kept moving forward with explaining to him about she wasn't gonna go for that lie about the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, but whatever else you lie about, I'll just use it as impeachment. And that conversation went on for about 5 minutes or so, maybe a little bit more, I don't know. At this point, we've been in there for 2 hours. And they gave me a second to talk to Mr. Copeland, and then that was the end.
Okay. Who gave you a second to talk to Mr. Copeland?
I guess Simone.
Did Simone Hilton remain in the room while you spoke to Mr. Copeland?
Yes, but she couldn't hear what we were saying.
And why do you believe she couldn't hear what you were saying?
She couldn't, I know, because we were whispering in we scooted away from her and we just kind of whispered in each other's ear.
Okay. Is there anything else that happened during the course of this meeting where Judge Glanville was not in the room that you haven't told us this morning?
I'm not 100% sure, but I know there's one time where Adriane says something about judge closure.
Where, I'm sorry, who?
Adriane Love.
Okay,
That-
let's
that's in
stop
the
just a
transcript.
second, okay? Because I want to make sure we clarify this. I believe your testimony earlier was that Ms. Love was not in the room, at least during this portion of the meeting. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you referring to another portion of the meeting that happened that morning?
I don't remember if he stepped out or not. I just remember at one point she said, judge, close your ears.
I don't remember if who said,
Okay, let's go back.
yeah, that's
Okay,
very
here,
unclear.
We're going to go back and try to clarify.
Let me.
Yeah,
All right, so the beginning of the meeting, it is Judge Glanville, Miss Love, and you,
Yes, Judge.
the court reporter, and then whomever the deputies are. Mr. Copeland is not there, Miss Hilton is not there, is that correct?
No deputies.
Okay,
They don't come until Mr. Copeland comes.
okay, so then it is just the judge, Miss Hilton, and you, and the court reporter, correct?
And the investigators.
The DA investigators,
Yes,
okay. And so is it that portion of the transcript that you're moving to now?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
and what did Ms. Love say?
I just remember her saying something about judge, close your ears. And I can't remember if he steps out then for a second or not, but that would be the only other time I remember him stepping out.
What did Ms. Love say after Ms. Love said, Judge, close your ears?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. So we've discussed that one portion of the morning where the judge was not in the chambers. Was there another time that morning, other than that one time we've been discussing, was there another time that morning where the judge was not in the chambers, but there was a conversation among you, Mr. Copeland, and someone from the prosecutor's team?
No.
Okay, that's the only time.
Yes.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
All right, does any other defense attorney have questions for Ms. Bumpus? And we have a copy of the transcript now if anybody needs it,
I must.
a clean copy.
I expected a little bit more.
Yeah. It's sitting right up here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
I don't think this is enough. But it should, this is the Brady violation, which more or less is handed already. We only have more confirmation about misconduct from the prosecution. But this is very brave from Ms. Bumpus.
Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Counselor, was there a time in your presence that you heard someone give a direction for the sheriff deputies to shut off their body-worn cameras?
Absolutely.
Do you know who gave that direction?
Deputy Brown.
And do you know at what period of time or what point in time that occurred? Were you alone with your client? Was it throughout the whole time? Were you with Ms. Hilton? What was going on when you heard that?
That was the first thing he said when the deputies brought Mr. Copeland in.
So as far as you know, I'm not saying the sheriff deputies filed that order, but they were ordered to turn off all body-worn cameras as far as you were concerned.
Yes,
And this conversation that you just relayed to us with Ms. Hilton, you and Mr. Copeland, your client, was that a calm conversation? Was it heated? How would you describe?
it was, we had been in there for 2 hours. It was a high level of emotional tension, if that's a thing.
Okay, were people getting louder than we're speaking now?
Yes,
And who was that person or people?
Simone.
Okay. And when you were talking about Mr. Copeland not being permitted to take responsibility for the killing of Mr. Thomas, you know what I'm referring to?
Yes,
Did Mr. Copeland in any way take responsibility for that killing that day to Ms. Hilton?
pretty much. He just said, you don't know what I did or didn't do.
Okay. And that was said to the prosecutor about the killing of Donovan Thomas?
Yes,
Do you know if you saw Ms. Hilton taking any notes or recording the meeting, or any of the people with her recording this meeting or taking notes?
I'm not aware.
It says, and the court just gave a transcript, I don't know where it is, but you can look at it. No one's trying to trick you. It says on page 40, towards the bottom, it's the Honorable
Yes.
Judge.
It's fine.
If you need to look at it, if you don't need to look at it, that's fine. Just let the record reflect. It should be on page 40. If you need it, it's June 10th. It should be 2024 ex parte conference that you were part of. And Judge Glanville says something to the effect, I'm not looking at, this is not a quote, but it appears to be to Mr. Copeland. Do you remember when Mr. Love told you that as long as you don't tell a bold-faced whopper, something like that? Do you see that?
Yes,
Can you just, so the court, unless the court has it in front of her, what
I've
line
got it
that
in
is?
front of me.
Do you know what line that is? Or it begins on?
12,
Okay.
well, 9, but 12 specifically, what you're referencing to.
I couldn't hear the last part you said.
9 is when he starts talking, but 12 is when he gets into that part.
He being Judge Glanville.
Yes.
Okay. And what information do you have that Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland about the bald-faced whopper?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again? Well,
Yeah.
apparently Ms. Bumpus didn't understand it any better than I did.
Yes. Do you have any information to educate us on when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland about you can't make a bald face, whatever it says, whopper?
Yeah.
Hang on just a second. Yes, Ms. Love.
My objection is that the question itself assumes a fact that has not been established.
Sustained.
Read what it says if you don't mind. Since it's
Tell me
in
what
there.
page we're on again.
40.
Okay. Thank you.
The court, the state can still give you immunity. They can give immunity to whoever they want, okay? And they can make that choice. I don't even make that choice. So if they, like I said earlier, they want your testimony, they figure it's that the jury needs to hear what you have to say, good, bad, or indifferent. And what Ms. Hilton is telling you is just the truth as you know it. And let her worry about, I mean, even though you may have said different versions of whatever, that's for impeachment. That's not going to get you in trouble. What will get you in trouble is you just invoking your First Amendment privilege because you've been given immunity. Or as Ms. Love said this morning, remember, Ms. Love said, if you overtly lie about something, like if you tell a bold-faced whopper, then they can indict you on that particular charge. I mean, that particular false statement.
That part you said about, you remember earlier this morning, Ms. Love telling you about the bold-faced whopper. That's what I'm focused on. Can you tell us, were you present when Ms. Love spoke with Mr.
Objection,
Copeland that
Your Honor.
morning?
What's your basis?
again, assuming facts that have not been established. The question, I believe, was, were you present when Ms. Love spoke with Mr. Copeland?
Okay, so I think that's based on the fact that what was just read out was read out. So I don't know that Judge Glanville's statement establishes that, but that's why he's asking it. So I'm going to permit him to ask that, and she can, keeping in mind that that doesn't establish that it occurred. Ask it as a more conditional question, I guess.
Do you have any information how that came about, if it occurred at all?
So the meeting was really long and a lot happened. I can't remember if Ms. Love was ever in the room at the same time as Mr. Copeland. So I don't remember them being in the room together. And if they were, they did not have any communication.
Okay. All right. Do you remember in that transcript, I have to get you the page if you don't remember, Judge Glanville handing something to you for Mr. Copeland?
Absolutely.
Can you tell this court what that was?
Which time?
Every time. So go one at a time.
So the first time, I believe he handed me a copy of the immunity order.
Okay.
And the second time, he handed me 2 statutes, one on perjury, and I think the other either on impeachment or, yeah, I think that's what it was.
Okay. Any questions, written out questions you remember being handed to you or Mr. Copeland? The district attorney's questions, was that given to Mr. Copeland?
No,
Okay, you remember that discussion?
no.
All right. I don't have any other questions. Thank you. Thank you,
All
Your
right.
Honor.
Any other defense attorney have questions for Ms. Bumpus? Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Bumpus.
Good morning.
Counselor, I want to take you back to that Monday, June 10th, 2024. When you arrived for court that day, you were arriving to represent Mr. Copeland, correct?
Yes,
As a witness.
yes.
Okay. And where did you go when you entered the courthouse?
I came right here.
To this courtroom 1C?
Yes,
Okay. Did you ever request an ex parte meeting with the judge?
no,
To your knowledge, did Mr. Copeland ever request an ex parte meeting with the judge?
no.
Okay. How did this meeting come about?
I was down here and when I got here, the courtroom was closed. There was no one here. And so I contacted Mr. Chamberlain and he came down. He told me to call him when I got in the courthouse. So I called him when I got in the courthouse and I was right here. And he came down and got me, took me upstairs.
Okay. Were you ever told why you were going upstairs?
I was never told why I was going upstairs, but once I got upstairs, I thought I was upstairs because that was the only place I could talk to Mr. Copeland.
Okay. At what point did you realize that you were being made part of an ex parte meeting?
When Brian got up there and said it.
When what? I'm sorry, I just,
Brian,
who's Brian?
Attorney Steele,
Okay.
got up and that was the first time I really realized that anything had happened because I had been sitting there and I did not realize what was happening.
Okay.
Where are you? I thought you had just been brought upstairs to Judge Glanville's chambers.
But it was never a time where they said, oh, we're about to meet. They literally just start talking. So
Mr. Steele's there?
no, the first time I realized what had happened was when Mr. Steele made his motion in court.
Okay, so you were in chambers with Judge Glanville and Miss Hilton. And Miss Love, correct?
What I'm saying is,
You answer the question that I am asking you. You were in chambers with Miss Hilton and the judge. Sorry. There are 2 different parts to this ex parte. You were in chambers with Miss Love and the judge and a court reporter, and y'all had conversations, correct?
yes,
Okay. And you were aware prior to that morning that this case was being tried, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you were aware that Ms. Love was a member of the prosecution team, right?
yes,
And that Judge Glanville was the presiding judge at the time?
yes,
And that there were defense attorneys on the other side of the case, right?
yes.
Okay. And so when you went into the meeting, you could see that there were no defense attorneys present, right?
No, but what I'm saying is, I didn't know I was going into a meeting.
Ma'am, I understand. Answer the question I asked you. You could see at that point in time that there were no defense attorneys present in the chambers, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so at that point in time, you knew this is a meeting with the prosecution and the judge and no defense attorneys, right?
what I'm saying is,
Ma'am, answer the question I am asking you.
I didn't realize it was a meeting.
Okay, so at the point when people started talking, let's call it a meeting at that point in time. Okay.
Okay.
And so you knew that the defense attorneys weren't there then, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew it was an ex parte, if you knew the term ex parte.
Yes. I know.
Okay, go ahead.
And in the meeting, who initiated the conversation about the purpose of the meeting? Was it you?
No.
Okay, who was it?
All right, let me ask y'all a question. I can read what's in the transcript. So unless there's, something that we're saying occurred before, the court reporter said, okay, I'm ready whenever y'all are. I don't need an exposition of who said what. I can see it, okay?
Okay. I have no further questions.
All right. Ms. Matthews.
Ms. Bumpus, good morning.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. At any time during the meeting that took place between the court, the prosecutor, yourself, Mr. Copeland, were you ever told by the court not to disclose any of the contents of the meeting?
All right, we are not going to replow the issue of Mr. Steele being held in contempt. That is moot. So to the extent that this is going to that, move on.
Okay, that's where I was going.
All right.
Thank you. No question.
That is not moot. It's he's still fined in contempt. That is up to the Supreme Court to make a ruling, in my opinion.
Anybody else? From the defense team side. Okay. Ms. Love, do you have questions for Ms. Bumpus?
A few, Judge, just a few. Thank you. Ms. Bumpus, you were asked by, I believe, Mr. Steele, whether Judge Glanville ever handed Mr. Copeland anything. Do you remember being asked that question?
No.
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Steele or Mr. Sharder, either member of the defense team, this morning that in the June 10th hearing, Judge Glanville handed you a statute on perjury?
Can you say that again?
Do you recall testifying earlier that during the June 10th hearing, Judge Glanville handed you a copy of the perjury statute?
That wasn't in a testimony.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought the question was, did he hand it to me to give to Mr. Copeland?
Do you recall testifying that Judge Glanville handed you a copy of the perjury statute? Or better yet, let me do this. Did Judge Glanville give to you a copy of the perjury statute?
And said, hand this to Mr. Copeland? Yes.
Okay. And did Judge Glanville give to you a copy of the immunity statute?
And say, hand this to Mr. Copeland? Yes.
All right. And when you responded, let me back up. So do you not recall being asked in this courtroom today, did Judge Glanville ever give to Mr. Copeland anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall what you were asked do you recall testifying that Judge Glanville gave you both a perjury statute, copy of that, and a copy of the immunity statute?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what question you were answering when you made those statements?
The question that I was answering was, did he give me some, did Judge Glanville give me something to hand me a statute or hand me anything in a meeting?
And you don't recall him asking whether Judge Glanville handed Mr. Copeland anything?
Objection, asked to answer.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, I'm not sure we've got a clear answer on it, but does it matter?
If she, there's a reason that I'm asking the
All
question.
right, well, go ahead. You can ask it again because I don't think anybody's clear on it yet.
Do you recall being asked today whether Judge Glanville ever handed Mr. Copeland anything?
I believe that I just stated that he handed me two things.
Ms. Bumpus, I don't think she's asking you about what happened. I think she's for some reason asking you about the question that was asked to you on direct.
Do you recall being asked if Judge Glanville gave Mr. Copeland anything?
I don't recall.
Okay. At the time that you were called to the meeting, you already knew that Mr. Copeland had been granted immunity, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. At the time that you assumed representation of Mr. Copeland, you were aware that he had been arrested though, right? You knew that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
No.
Okay. At the time that Mr. Melnick spoke with you about standing in his stead on that Monday morning, did you learn during that conversation with Mr. Melnick that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
No.
At what point did you learn that Mr. Copeland had been arrested?
After he had been arrested.
Was that before or after the Monday morning meeting?
Objection, Your Honor. You asked us to just focus on the content of that meeting. You asked me to not get far from that, and we're far from that.
Your Honor, may I-
Yeah, what does this have to do with whether or not some off-the-record discussion that Ms. Hilton was privy to occurred?
Your Honor, the reason I was asking about the giving to Ms. Bumpus the statutes is that my understanding is that at the time that she was called to represent Mr. Copeland, she was not familiar with certain statutes.
Okay, well, maybe, maybe not, but that's not relevant to what we're trying to figure out here.
And so to the extent that she was asked by the defense whether Judge Glanville gave to Mr. Copeland anything, and she then responded, he gave it to me.
All right, I don't recall. I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was establishing the reason he would have given her that, and I was establishing further the extent of the questions that I had for her dealt with her understanding of her responsibilities. And then finally, I was going to ask her, she'd already testified to my memory that she doesn't recall this counselor ever being in the room with Mr. Copeland, and if there was no communication.
Okay.
So I was going to.
That part seems relevant. You can ask about that.
Miss Bumpus. Do you have any memory of Ms. Hilton and me being in the room while you were in the room with Mr. Copeland?
I have some memory of all of us being in the room for a very brief moment of time.
When you say all of us, who is all of us?
You just asked me, do I have any memory of you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland being in the room? I remember at one point you came back, but I can't remember exactly what happened while you were there.
Is it your recollection that I was there when Mr. Copeland first came into the room?
No.
And when you say you remember that I came back, where is it that you're remembering that I came back to?
Either, I don't remember. Maybe it's when Ms. Hilton came back. But at one point, all three of us were in the room.
Who's all three of us?
Me, Ms. Hilton, and Ms. Love.
In chambers.
In chambers.
Was Mr. Copeland in the room?
I don't remember. I just said I don't remember.
Well, I mean, it's kind of important. We're relying on your memory for certain things, so.
I test.
Were there deputies in the room then?
What I'm saying is if Mr. Copeland was ever in the room with Adriane Love, then it wasn't a long extended amount of time. And I don't think there was any communication. I remember that Simone left and it was just me, Adriane Love, and the judge and the court reporter.
All right, so your recollection is that at the beginning of the meeting, before Mr. Copeland ever arrived for the first, when he ever arrived with the deputies, that there was a point in time when the judge, Miss Love, Miss Hilton, and you were in chambers?
There was a point in time where Miss Love and Miss Hilton were in chambers with me. I cannot affirmatively state whether Mr. Copeland was there or not, but there was at least 2 minutes of us all being there together.
Did y'all have any conversation at that time?
I can't recall because Miss Hilton was doing all of the talking. I honestly believe it was when Miss Hilton left at the beginning, when we first got in chambers, when we were in not the judge's office, but all of us were there.
Antechambers, like outside of chambers, but inside of the door.
Yes.
Who is all of us?
Simone Hilton, Adriane Love, me, Investigator Hamilton. Mr. Chamberlain was in and out. The judge was in and out talking to us, and that was it.
In and out talking to you about anything substantive?
No, Judge.
Okay. All right, so y'all are all out where the JA, the judicial assistant, sits.
Yes,
At
Judge.
first, okay, we'll call that the antechambers, ANTE chambers. So when is it that any of you go back into Judge Glanville's actual chambers, his office?
Adriane Love says, Judge, can we talk to you for a second in chambers?
Okay, and who goes then?
Just me, her, Adriane Love, and Judge Glanville and the court reporter.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Love, if you had anything else.
I thank you. Ms. Bumpus, there were investigators present or no when you, me, Judge, the court reporter first went back?
I can't remember.
Do you recall a comment from either the court reporter or the judge just joking about the fact that I'm not allowed to go anywhere without the investigators?
No.
And when you say that we went into the chambers, you, me, the court reporter, Judge Glanville, was Judge Glanville's deputy there?
Yes. I guess if he's a deputy, I don't know.
Which person was there for Judge Glanville? Which sheriff's office personnel, do you remember?
No.
And where was that person situated when you, me, Judge Glanville, the court reporter went into the chambers?
I have no idea.
This is just
That person was
sidetracking
with
This is sidetracking from the prosecution in order to make it seem like there is something flawed with Miss Bumpus' recollection. So she's deliberately jumping a bit back and forth in order to show. This is what Miss Love does to witnesses. Miss Bumpus should have been prepared for this.
the 4 of us, 5 of us?
I don't remember. At some points, I don't remember about when he was walking in and out.
Okay. And by he, you mean a sheriff's office personnel?
If he's a sheriff, I don't know what he is.
Do you remember, do you have any memory of an investigator being present with me while I was in there?
I don't remember. I know there were investigators there. I don't remember if they came in chambers when you came in or after Ms. Hilton came in.
And seeing the transcript, does it do anything to refresh your memory about who all was there?
No.
Okay. And when you testified earlier that at some point after I left the first time, that Simone, me, and you ended up in a room together in chambers. Do you recall testifying that way to the court just earlier today?
Yes, at one point, me, you, and Simone were in chambers together. Like I said, it was a brief moment, and I don't remember you saying anything.
But that was, are you saying that now that was after I left the first time?
I really don't remember.
Okay. So your memory, you know that at some point you, me, and Simone are in chambers together. You cannot recall whether after I left the first time I ever came back.
I cannot recall.
Okay. And when you said, let me ask you just this pointed question. Did Kenneth Copeland ever say, I killed Nut while Simone Hilton, to Simone Hilton while you were in there?
Can you ask the question again?
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say to Simone Hilton, I killed Nut?
No.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say to Simone Hilton, I killed Donovan Thomas?
No.
Did Kenneth Copeland ever say that he killed anybody to Simone Hilton?
No.
Did he say any of those three things in Simone Hilton's presence and hearing, to your knowledge?
Can I answer that with a non-yes or no question, Judge?
With a what?
With an explanation, because he didn't say yes, or he did not say I killed, but he said, you cannot tell me what I did or did not do.
Okay. That's the extent that he said?
Yes.
Okay.
Some of the sort. Yes, Casper Ghost.
When you spoke about someone asking the sheriff to turn off their body cameras, was that Miss Hilton? Did you say Miss Hilton told the sheriffs to turn off their body cameras? Did I hear that wrong?
You heard that absolutely wrong.
Please tell me who it was. that
I
you
clearly said Deputy Brown.
said. Thank you. Thank you for clearing that.
You're welcome.
Do you recall what was being talked about when Deputy Brown told the sheriff's deputies to turn off their body cameras?
Nothing. That was the first thing that he said when he walked in the room.
And at that point was Ms. Hilton, you, Mr. Copeland, judge, court reporter, and DA's office investigators all present in the room?
I don't remember who was in the room. It may have just been me.
So it may have just been you when Deputy Brown said to the sheriff's deputies, turn off your cameras?
I don't remember exactly who was sitting in the courtroom.
But that's
in the
in the chambers, but that's possible?
It is possible.
It's possible it might have been when you and Mr. Copeland were just in there together?
It wasn't.
Well, Mr. Copeland had to have been in there, right? Because you said the deputies didn't show up until Mr. Copeland arrived.
No, what I'm saying, Judge, is that was the order as he walked in.
Right, but what did you say might have just happened when it was just you?
Nothing. I was saying I may have been the only one sitting there. I can't remember, but there wasn't like, oh, step out. It's as soon as they walked in, this is what was said as Mr. Copeland was walking in.
Yeah, that was definitely not on the record.
Was there any, did you request at that point that they brought him in to have a private meeting with your client at the time?
At that moment, I hadn't requested anything.
Is it safe to say you don't know why they were told to turn off the body worn camera?
That is correct.
Okay. Did you ever hear anyone from the state ask the deputies to have those body worn cameras turned off?
No.
You testified earlier that Mr. Copeland said something akin to, I can claim all of this. Did I hear you right?
Yes.
Okay. And who was he talking to? And
Simone.
okay. And did you know, or did he ever make clear what all of this was that he was talking about?
I believe he was referring to everything that,
Wait, that's not the question. It wasn't, what do you think he meant? It was, did he ever make clear?
he said everything in this case.
He said the words, everything in this case?
I don't know if those were his words verbatim, but that's what he said.
That's
Was the court
Brady
reporter
material.
there when that happened?
I don't know. This was an off the record conversation.
Okay, so it was off the, so when what about his words? What words did he say that makes you now say that's what he said if you don't remember exactly how he put it?
I said, I don't remember his words verbatim,
Right.
but I was there and he said, I can claim all of this. I can take all of this. That's what we were talking about. We were talking about this case.
Okay. Is what you just testified to the extent of the words that Mr. Copeland spoke regarding claiming something?
Just be careful to not reveal privileged information here.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am. Is what you just testified about the extent of the words Mr. Copeland spoke about claiming something?
I don't want to say that is a complete lead to the extent, because he said it over and over. He said it various ways. He changed the way he said it.
Do you recall what specifically was being discussed at each of the points that he said that? Specifically.
Overruled.
Specifically, not generally, not broadly, specifically what was being discussed at each of the points where he said, I can claim all of this.
The whole conversation was about Donovan Thomas's unaliving.
Are you aware, are you familiar with any of the shootings that occurred after Donovan Thomas was killed?
No.
Okay. Are you aware or are you familiar with any allegations about any retaliatory events that occurred that
This has nothing
the
to
state
do
considers a part
with
of
the
Donovan
meeting.
Thomas shooting?
No.
At what point, what was being asked of Mr. Copeland when he made the statement that you testified, it's not just about me knowing that, it's about who was in the infinity? At what was being asked of him when he said something like that?
Nothing was being asked of him.
Okay. Did he just sort of blurt it out on his own?
Yes.
Okay.
And what he said was, I know something about that infinity that y'all don't know, and it got something to do with somebody who's not even on the case.
Okay.
That is
Did he ever make
clearly
clear what
Brady
it was that he
information.
knew?
He,
To Ms. Hilton in your presence.
he wasn't given the opportunity to.
But what do you mean?
She continued to talk about what she was talking about.
Okay. Did she ever tell him, don't talk to me about that?
No.
Did you ever hear him sort of interrupt her at any other time, at any time?
The whole conversation was them interrupting each other.
Okay. So did he ever interrupt her to give her more information or to tell her what it was about the infinity that he knew?
No.
Okay.
Remember, most
When
of this
you
isn't in the
said-
transcript.
Adriane said, "Judge, close your ears." Did you mean to say Adriane said, "Judge, close your ears"?
You?
Yeah.
Yeah, you.
Okay. At what point are you alleging, are you saying, does your memory tell you that I told the judge to close his ears?
I don't really remember exactly what was saying. I don't know if it was you
I think that's in
and
the transcript.
Simone in there, but something about, we were having a conversation, me, you, and Ms. Hilton were having a conversation about, I don't remember what we were talking about. And you said it, and then you said, Judge, close your ears.
And what did I say after I said, Judge, close your ears?
I don't remember.
All right, so then it's now your recollection that there was a point in time when you, Ms. Love, Ms. Hilton, and the judge were in there and Ms. Love was talking.
Judge, I've said that she never talked while Mr. Copeland was in the room.
Okay, and you don't even remember really whether she was in there or not when Mr. Copeland was in the room?
If she was,
She, Ms. Love.
It was very brief, but no.
Okay, but you said before, I thought, that there was maybe a 2-minute time when you, Ms. Hilton, and Ms. Love were in a room together.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to.
Okay, so that was in front of also Judge Glanville? Because you just said it was, so I'm
Well,
trying to get clarity.
Here's the clarity. He wasn't at the table with us as normal. He was turned around on his computer, but still inside of his office.
Okay. So when did this occur during, so we have the beginning of the ex parte being Miss Love, all of y'all are standing outside in the ante room and Miss Love says, Judge, can we talk to you for a minute or something to that effect? And then who all gets up and goes into Judge Glanville's chambers?
Simone has left to go to do something at that point. So it's just me and Adriane Love.
Okay, and who else?
And the court reporter. And she says maybe her investigator. I can't remember.
Okay, and so the three of you talk for some amount of time,
Yes.
The three of you being Miss Bumpus, you, Miss Love, and Judge Glanville?
Yes.
All right, and then tell me when that changes and it becomes more or fewer of you in that room.
The first person to join us is Simone when she comes back from court.
Okay, and is that at the same time that essentially the same time that Mr. Copeland also joins you?
Maybe within a minute or so. They don't come in like at the exact.
Okay, so they come in essentially together. And where's Miss Love at that point?
She leaves when Miss Hilton comes, but she does stay for, like I said, there's a brief conversation with me, Miss Hilton, and the judge.
And the judge?
Well, in the judge's chambers, the judge is
Okay,
not.
with you, Miss Hilton, Miss Love, but it's not a part of the proceedings yet because the judge didn't even pay attention. He's over there working on his computer.
Yes.
What do y'all say at that point in time?
I don't remember what the conversation
Anything
was.
of substance?
It was about maybe plea deals. I remember she said to me.
She who?
Adriane Love. I
Okay.
remember she says, which I can't forget this, is I don't know who's worse, you or Jacoby.
What?
That was the thing. That was the nature of the conversation.
I say that again.
She said, she tells me she doesn't know who's worse, me or Jacoby.
Me or Jacoby?
Yeah.
Jacoby Hudson?
Yes.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know.
It has nothing to do with this case.
No, that's what we're talking about. You asked me what we were talking about.
Okay, so something that had nothing to do with this case.
And then something comes up about, I don't know if it's plea deals. I don't know. It was something about this case where she says, Judge, close your ears.
Okay. So this is before y'all kind of gone back on the record. The judge didn't pay any attention anyway.
This is why ex parte meetings are on its face should never happen, folks. Everything that has been testified about here should have been brought up in front of the defense in open court on the record. This is why everything is so jumbled, because this was not in open court on the record. And this is why ex parte meetings, shouldn't, at this point in time, should never happen. Unless it is about, as it is in the rules, scheduling and something absolutely acute, but that still has to be revealed to the defense.
Okay, he's in the room, but he's over at his computer. Y'all are over at his conference table. Is that what your recollection is?
Yes.
Y'all are talking about entirely other things. And then
I wouldn't say entirely other things, but we're not talking about the Mr. Copeland.
or the case. If you're talking about Jacoby Hudson, you're not talking about the
No,
case.
we're talking about the case. She's talking about, I guess she's talking about the reference to me hugging people. I don't know. But we were talking about the case.
Okay, anyway. And then at some point, Miss Love, to your recollection, says, Judge, close your ears because she wants to talk to you about a plea deal.
I don't remember exactly what she was talking about, but it was something pertaining to the case. And
Okay, but
she doesn't want to talk to me about a plea deal because I'm not a defense.
Right, that wouldn't have made any sense.
But she was discussing something pertaining to the case. And she says, oops, Judge, close your ears.
And how long does that conversation go on?
Like that's the 2 minutes I'm talking about.
Okay. And then what happens to Miss Love?
She leaves.
She leaves. And then when do y'all go back on the record?
Immediately.
Okay.
Well, no, I talked to Mr. Copeland for a second.
Okay. Privately or? Okay. And then y'all go back on the record. And then does the record reflect everything the record reflects accurately? Other than whenever this conversation between you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland allegedly occurred?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a copy of the transcript in front of you at this point?
Yes, sure.
Can you kind of point out where this conversation allegedly occurs?
It's somewhere around page 40.
Okay.
Between 39 and 40.
Attorneys
Okay.
make horrible witnesses.
Your Honor, could I just get, if it's between 39 and 40, are there any specific lines?
Well, it was like off the record, so I wouldn't know exactly which line it starts back at.
Okay, but you had represented previously that Judge Glanville was not in the room at that point in time.
Yes, he was asked to leave.
Okay. So him being asked to leave isn't reflected. Is that right?
Let me see.
Okay. Do you remember who asked him to leave?
Miss Hilton.
Okay. And that's not on the record either?
No.
And you can't remember whether the court reporter stayed or left?
I can't remember whether she stayed or left, but she definitely stopped taking down.
Okay. All right. And when did you, sorry, Ms. Love, go ahead. You know what? Go ahead. I'll save my questions.
Your Honor, I honestly defer to the court. Please continue. I have no.
All right. So after this conversation concludes, then what happens? And by this conversation, I mean the conversation you referenced that is not reflected in the record, but that takes place between you, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton. What happens after that? But if it's not in the record, it's not going to be in the record. So you just tell me from your recollection what happens after that.
That's probably towards the last 5 minutes of this meeting.
Okay.
And so we go back on the record and
so the conversation finishes. How does everybody get back in the room? And how is it that y'all go back on the record? Give me the details of that.
she just, we just finished the off the record conversation and just Simone just says everybody can come back in. And then
I do think Ms. Bumpus is doing the best she can because she also has to
okay, wait, Judge, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
to not
It's
reveal any kind
actually-
of privileged information in this. But Ms. Love is an excellent interrogator
Go ahead.
in jumbling times
I
to
would say
make
that-
sure the witness looks bad.
The conversation
really good at
actually
that.
happened around page 46. 45.
45, okay.
Yeah, I agree. The judge is building a timeline.
And is that conversation in fact reflected on the record?
No, but I don't know.
I mean, so how are you sorting out, oh, it's around 45 that it occurs?
Because I try to get the conversation on the record.
What did you say? To get the conversation or to try to get the conversation on the record?
I say,
Maybe, just maybe.
I'd like to hear it from your recollection without reference to the transcript
Oh, okay.
first, okay?
I'm trying to make sure. So I just.
So Ms. Hilton says, Judge, can you leave? And at that point, do you say anything? Like, no, Judge, stay, or anything like that?
No, she already told me in the hallway that she was going to ask the judge to leave and have a
Okay.
conversation with him.
Okay. So show me where in the transcript y'all come back from the restroom break.
Well, you want me to, you asked me to.
Now I do want you to look
Okay,
at the
okay.
transcript, yes.
Yeah, maybe if you prepare for testimony to avoid streaming. This is not me giving legal advice. I'm just referring to myself here. If I would never be in a situation like this. I hope I've never been in a situation like this. But if I would ever preparing to be a
I'm
witness,
sorry.
you wouldn't hear
Okay,
from
I
me
think
that
we
week.
came back
No,
around.
Yeah, the restroom break, show me the restroom break.
See, if that's not in here where me getting up, I don't know how to find that.
Okay, so the restroom break, y'all take, but it isn't reflected.
Yes.
Okay. Is the restroom break after Mr. Copeland's with y'all?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And it's immediately after this restroom break that you and Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland have the private conversation?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. This judge is formulating the timeline.
And Judge, you asked me a question earlier that I didn't get to answer.
Okay, what's that?
You asked me, can I, without looking at the transcript, tell you how I tried to get it back on the record?
Yes. Can you give me a second before you answer? Because I'm looking for something in particular.
This judge is thorough. She is connecting the dots that Miss Love tried to jumble, in my opinion.
All right, so
This is
y'all take a
really
restroom
smart.
break. You see Miss Hilton in the hall. Y'all walk back in. Mr. Copeland's gone because he's taking a restroom break at that point. The court reporter is there. Mr. Copeland comes back. The judge comes back. And that's when Miss Hilton says, oh, wait, Judge, go back out.
Yes.
Okay. All right, now what were you going to answer?
You asked me how did I get it back on the record?
Yeah.
So after the conversation, I say pretty much, I want to get what she just told him about what he cannot go to jail for.
Okay.
Because the whole point of the off the record conversation is he's trying to figure out, can he go to jail for lying?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm trying to get back on the record that she says that she's not going to prosecute him for anything other than one thing.
Okay. Okay, and so y'all have had, the three of you have had this conversation. Judge is gone. You can't remember whether the court reporter's there or not, but then what happens?
That's what I'm saying. That's on page.
So then you say, I'd like to get this on the record, or?
No, we go back on the record.
Okay, so how does that occur?
No, she just says, let's go back on the record. Simone.
So Ms. Hilton says, let's go back on the record.
Yes.
So you don't say, I want to get this on the record.
No, I just do my best to get it on the record when we go back on record. It's in the.
Oh, I see what you mean. You're doing, you say, you don't mean, I'm really trying to get this on record. You mean Miss Hilton says, all right, let's go back on the record. And then you try to like give a rendition of what occurred.
Yes,
Okay. And that is reflected where?
on page 48.
On page 48.
Well, between 47 and 48.
Okay. All right. And does page 47 and 48 reflect the off-the-record conversation that allegedly occurred between you, Miss Hilton, and Mr. Copeland?
There's a part where I say, so he can go to jail for anything but what?
That's good that you can reference at least some part in
Okay.
this.
And okay, page 51 specifically, I tell him he has to make a decision. And I ask, so if he starts testifying today, is he going home today? And then I say, but if he says he don't recall to everything, he'll be okay.
Okay.
'Cause
Okay. So at that point, between, whatever you said, 47 and 51, y'all are back on the record, right?
yes, Judge.
Nobody's like declining to take down what you're saying.
No, Judge.
Okay. So anytime during that point in time, do you say, let the record reflect that Miss Hilton, Mr. Copeland, and I had an off-the-record conversation, and I'd like to put on the record what was said during that conversation?
No.
Okay.
And also on page 51, I say, are you saying you want to get up there on the stand and say something?
Uh-huh.
And then it's no response because he just looks at me.
Okay. All right. So does 47 through whenever that last page number was, does that accurately reflect whatever was said during the alleged off-the-record conversation?
It doesn't accurately reflect, but it does. I do try to mention what we talked about, but it doesn't accurately reflect everything that we discussed.
All right. So was there something else that you discussed that you should have said, oh, and by the way, this also happened that you didn't say?
I'm confused, Judge. What do you mean that who didn't say? That
You.
Simone didn't say?
No, anybody during the alleged off-the-record conversation, when you're making this record, after y'all go back on the record, you said it still wasn't accurate. And you also said you weren't stopped from saying anything during that part. So what is it that you should have said that you didn't say?
Well, I guess the only thing that I should have said that I didn't say is that Simone said that she would not prosecute or move forward with any type of perjury if he said anything except for the unaliving of Donovan Thomas.
Okay. All right.
Yes. If you only said.
All right. So when is it that you actually
there.
reviewed and read this transcript?
I really don't know. I think maybe around the time that I had to retain counsel, I think we reviewed it together, which I cannot tell you the exact date, but
sometime in late June?
Yeah, somewhere after 6/12.
Okay. And we all in this room know this to be the case, but you are an attorney licensed and barred to practice in Georgia, right?
Yes.
Okay. And as such, you have a duty of candor to the court?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Is there any point in time after you read this transcript and thought to yourself, wow, that really doesn't include everything, that you brought it to this court's attention that the transcript was incomplete?
this court, well, there really was no court's attention to bring it to, because after all of that happened, it's been on recess for so long.
So you've been in court when we've been in session for the last week or two, right?
Yes,
Okay. So I was presiding at that point in time, right?
yes.
Did you at any point bring to my attention that you believed as an officer of the court and a participant in this ex parte meeting that the transcript did not accurately reflect what occurred in that meeting?
Well, Your Honor, I did not bring it to your attention, and I honestly still would not, as an attorney, if I can answer this as an attorney, I believe that there is some
Don't represent yourself.
value in off-the-record conversations for specific things. And it has always been my position, even in speaking with members of the defense, that as far as anything minus the off-the-record conversation, that the transcript is complete.
Okay. All right. So what is your answer then to my question?
Can you ask me again? I'm sorry.
Did you ever at any point in time bring to my attention your belief that this ex parte transcript was inaccurate because it was incomplete?
No.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, because of what I kind of just said, I don't
Okay.
believe that it was incomplete per se,
Okay.
minus the off-the-record conversation. But there are a lot of off-the-record conversations that are had that are not included in transcripts, and that's
True.
not unusual to me.
Okay. All right. So you don't actually believe it's inaccurate then?
No, I just think it's missing the off-the-record conversation. I'm not
Okay.
missing. I just think that the defense did not have knowledge of the off-the-record conversation.
Okay.
Not that it's missing from the transcript per se.
Okay. Because it was officially off the record. Is that what you mean?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. And did you ever, if it in fact occurred, did you ever object to it being off the record?
No, I didn't.
Okay. So at some point you brought it to the defense attorney's attention? Is that how you decided to deal with it?
I had a conversation with the defense attorneys. I don't want to say I brought it to them, but we just had a conversation
Okay.
about what happened.
All right. Ms. Love, do you have other questions for Ms. Bumpus?
Ms. Bumpus, did you tell any member of the defense about the details of the content of the off-the-record conversation that you had with Ms. Hilton on June 10th?
That I had with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland? Yes.
When did you tell them?
The same day.
Did you tell them everything you remembered about it?
I told them everything I remembered.
Do you remember how long after the conversation took place it was that you told them?
I don't know, maybe like an hour?
Was court in recess or was court in session when you told them?
Court was in recess.
Between the time that the conversation between you, Ms. Hilton, and Mr. Copeland ended, and the time that you told defense attorneys all of the details you could remember about the off-the-record conversation, was court in session at any point?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Was court ever in session between the time that you finished your conversation with Ms. Hilton and Mr. Copeland
Mm-hmm.
and the time you told defense? What happened in the meeting?
Yes.
Court was in session during that hour?
Had court resumed?
Correct. Did court at any time resume from the time that you left the meeting in chambers to the time that you had the conversation with defense? Just in that moment, from chambers to conversation with defense,
Oh, no,
court had not resumed.
no.
Ouch,
And
ouch,
you,
ouch.
said-
Because according to the defense, they learned this during lunch. And there was a brief time when Mr. Copeland was on the stand between the meeting and lunch.
Earlier.
I mean, because remember, we came straight down here and sat down and immediately started, so I didn't speak to anyone.
And when you were speaking earlier about after Mr. Copeland came in and you said you weren't sure whether I was in the room?
Mhm.
Okay. Did the portion about Judge Close Your Ears occur before or after Mr. Copeland came into the room?
For sure before.
Okay. And at that point, was the court reporter taking down anything?
No.
And at that point,
For the rest of you, Law Malcolm, that comment gave you a 24-hour ban. If you ever do that again, I will permanently ban you from this channel. If you ever make a comment like that again. Remember, those comments that you make here can be used against you in a court of law. Your account here on YouTube is not a secret. Somebody can find out via subpoena who you are, and you can be held criminally responsible for your words. This time 24 hours, next time permanently banned and reported. I don't mind trolling, but when it goes over the line, you will be in trouble. This is a law channel. You're not on some jackass bumfuck. This is a law channel. Treat it with respect, and you will get respect. Be disrespectful, you're yeeted.
did the court give any indication, did the judge give any indication that he was paying attention to whatever it was that was said?
I can't answer that.
Did he give any indication? Did you see any indication that he was paying attention?
I can't answer that.
Yeah, you can.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention to him.
So no, as far as you know, he gave no indication. She's asking from your personal observation. Answer it as to that. That's what she's asking you.
I would have to say no, but I would also say I wasn't looking at him at all.
Do you remember Ms. Hilton at some point talking about the judge closing his ears at any time?
I don't remember.
And with looking at the transcript at all, refresh your memory.
I'm sure.
Okay. Would you take a look on page 26, line 5 of the transcript? And since it's a part of the record, read from line 2 to the end of line. Let me just ask you this. Do you see where Ms. Hilton says, Judge, you might want to close your ears?
Yes.
Did you hear that phrase or something like that said more than once in that meeting?
Yeah, and before Simone got there, I know exactly what I'm talking about. So are you in here at this point?
So my only question is, did you hear that phrase more than once in the meeting?
I can't remember if it's that exact phrase, but I heard you say something to that extent, and I heard her say that.
Okay. Were you the first person, to your knowledge, that brought to defense's attention that there was in fact a meeting in chambers?
No.
Who, do you have personal knowledge of who that person was?
No.
How then do you know that you were not the first person who brought that to their attention?
Because they asked me about the meeting.
Did they give any commentary to you that led you to believe that they knew what was said in the meeting?
Yes.
What did they tell you?
Is it true that?
Excuse me, can I object to the they?
Sure.
You know, defense attorneys, it's not all an all-inclusive group. So
Yes, sustain. Can you be
Yes.
specific?
Who specifically came up to you and asked you about the meeting in chambers?
There were multiple attorneys that specifically talk to me at one time.
Would you please apprise the court of the names of those multiple attorneys?
Excuse me, objection, Your Honor. We're still far afield again of the limited subject matter that you asked me to stick to.
Your Honor, as it pertains to Brady or whatever information, I think it's quite relevant. Who knew what and when, as it relates to what was said during the meeting?
Okay, well, I don't know if it's relevant who revealed it, who revealed that a meeting occurred. Ms. Bumpus has said that essentially, if I understand you correctly, that at some point during the day immediately following the meeting, the day of the meeting, you had a conversation with some defense attorney or defense attorneys, and we can sort out who, where you relayed to them everything you knew and everything you recalled about what went on in the meeting, including the off-the-record conversations, right?
Yes.
Okay. You can figure out who that is now.
Thank you. Who was it? Name the attorneys that you referred to just a moment ago.
Just a moment ago with the question she asked me, Judge Whitaker?
With the one I asked.
I mean, it's the same topic, right?
Okay, ask the question again.
Which attorneys by name first came up to you and asked you?
If they found out from Ms. Bumpus everything, then this goes to if this is a Brady violation or not. If the prosecution can show they got the information immediately after the meeting, the judge will probably rule no Brady violation occurred, because somehow they got all the information.
About the meeting.
See, Judge, that's two different questions.
Then answer the question Ms. Love asked you.
I don't recall, but I think Judge Glanville did judicial notice of me on camera. I don't recall.
No, my only question to you is who first came up to you and asked you about the meeting?
I don't recall everybody who was there.
Who do you recall?
I recall Attorney Steele and Attorney Adams. And I can't remember who was the other person.
Do you remember how many?
How many
lawyers were there when Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams came up to you an hour after the meeting and asked you about it? How many lawyers were there?
3, I think.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Mr. Sharp? Just throwing out names.
At some point.
Okay. So Mr. Sharp, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Adams, within an hour, is that accurate, of the meeting, came to you and talked to you about what happened in the meeting?
I would say yes.
Okay. Other than Mr. Sharp, anybody else you remember?
No.
And when they spoke with you, regardless of how they got it, did they share with you any details from the meeting?
Yes.
And what details did they give to you that they already had before you started talking?
Objection, this is not.
Sustained.
Okay. Last couple of questions, Judge. Ms. Bumpus, when you agreed to represent Mr. Copeland, did you, during the course of the meeting that you had in chambers, did you ask questions of the prosecutors or the judge about what the immunity statute meant or anything like that?
Yes, I asked a lot of questions because I didn't realize until the end of the meeting what was actually going on. That information wasn't given to me.
That's all.
All right. Ms. Bumpus, you knew to show up for court that Monday because Mr. Melnick had asked you to be stand-in counsel for Mr. Copeland, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Are you representing that Mr. Melnick simply said that and nothing else? He didn't give you any background about what you were walking into?
Well, what I'm representing is I was given specific instructions, and those instructions were I'm standing in for him. If Mr. Copeland chooses to plead the fifth, which I anticipate he will do, then you won't have to do anything else. If he chooses to testify, we have agreed that he's discharging me.
Okay.
And I made that very clear to everybody multiple times that morning that that's what I was here to do.
Okay, but you had no idea that there was an immunity order in place?
No,
Okay. All right. Does anybody from the defense side have follow-up questions for Ms. Bumpus?
I have just a few, Your Honor.
Okay.
In your cross-examination, you said, quote, "She says she is not going to prosecute him for anything other than that one thing," unquote. What is that one thing?
I can't answer that. I can only assume it would be the unaliving of Donovan Thomas, but those are the words that she chose to use.
When you're saying unaliving of Donovan Thomas, what are you referring to?
I get him being killed.
During cross-examination, Ms. Love asked you about some alleged retaliatory acts. Were those being discussed when Mr. Copeland repeatedly said, "I can claim all of this, I can take all of this"?
Nothing was being discussed.
What do you mean nothing was being discussed when Mr. Copeland said, "I can claim all of this, I can take all of this"?
He said that on his own, and that's kind of how the conversation started.
What was the subject matter being referred to when he said, "I can claim all of this, I can take all of this"?
Donovan Thomas's murder.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anybody else? While Mr. Steele's making his way up, just so I am clear on this, you're saying that or are you saying that in the off-the-record conversation that you, Mr. Copeland, and Ms. Hilton had, that Ms. Hilton told Mr. Copeland that the one thing she would prosecute him for perjury for was if he got on the stand and said that he, Mr. Copeland, was the one who killed Mr. Donovan Thomas?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, and that she would prosecute him for perjury if he said that.
I don't know if she exactly said would, but she was comparing it to things that she wouldn't.
Okay, all right.
So I guess more of a highly possible situation.
That would be the one thing that
Yes,
could
Judge.
get him in criminal
Yes, Judge.
perjury type trouble. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Steele.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to do timing or sequencing you were asked about. When you left Judge Glanville's chambers after the entire, not bathroom breaks, after Mr. Copeland was removed from the chambers, et cetera, where did you go, if you remember?
I came and sat right there in the courtroom.
At that point, had you spoken with anybody to alert anyone that there was an ex parte meeting?
No,
Where did next time you saw Mr. Copeland was when? When you left the ex parte meeting, came into the courtroom?
up here. He was up here.
Testifying where you're sitting?
Yes.
Okay. And then did the jury come in?
Yes.
And did Mr. Copeland testify before the jury?
Yes.
At any time during that moment when Mr. Copeland's testifying in front of the jury, did you tell anybody about this ex parte meeting that you attended
No.
or the contents?
No.
Okay. Do you remember there being a break at any point for lunch?
Yes.
Is that the first time that you were approached?
Yes.
Ex parte meeting.
Yes.
True?
Yes.
Did anybody, and that's after you were under no restraint, you told the truth?
Yes.
And that was to myself and the other people you told?
Yes.
True?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Sharp?
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
After the lunch break, do you remember when I raised it before Judge Glanville?
Yes.
Did I do it right away after we spoke?
Yes.
First time court reconvened?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Sharp coming up, and speaking of a lunch break, we're way past time for hours, so let's plan to do lunch right after we wrap up this witness.
Ms. Bumpus, were you in the courtroom when Mr. Copeland was called to testify after the ex parte meeting? Were you present in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, did you hear Judge Glanville, did you hear him tell anyone from the defense that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
No.
Did you hear anyone from the state tell the defense on record that an ex parte meeting had occurred?
No.
Was there any discussion about the substance of said meeting?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? All right,
Wow.
thank you, Ms. Bumpus. You are excused. Let's take our lunch break. Let's come back. It's 20 till 1 right now. Let's come back at 2.
Wow.
Just for my knowledge, does anybody on the defense team have any other witnesses as to this issue?
Not from Mr. Hendrick.
All right. Is the state going to have anybody?
If the court could just, I'm sorry for being too, which exact issue is it that we are addressing? I know it's the June 10th, but what exactly are we addressing? So I can have.
I mean, the defense maintains that there was an unrecorded portion of this ex parte where Brady information was revealed to Ms. Hilton that Ms. Hilton did not then share. So that's
Oh.
our topic.
So the Brady violation is still on the table.
Sure.
Brady intact. Wow. Whew. Okay. Wow. Okay, so what happened before you from the legal voices came along was that Mr. Copeland, Woody's attorney, Mr. Melnick, took the stand and testified to that the prosecution went behind his back, knowing that the last time Copeland was in court regarding this matter and another criminal matter, they knew that Mr. Melnick represented Mr. Copeland, and they still chose to ignore Mr. Melnick and contacted Copeland directly. That is the first hour and a half. Then short break of sorts, and then Miss Bumpus came on the stand, and the judge furiously tried to get everything in a correct timeline. That is what I believe she did. And as MG law says, judge and state had a legal duty to notify the defense of the ex parte meeting and failed to do so, regardless of whether the defense later found out about it from someone else. And same goes with the content of it. And remembering from the filings about their information and belief, that part of about the infinity was never revealed anywhere. So that is probably the one thing that is still might be a Brady, according to this judge, because the judge has numerous times said that, well, you got it now, so it's not a Brady violation. I don't agree. I don't agree at all, but it seems to be the way they do it in Georgia. And I saw something earlier about a 1993 case regarding Brady violations, that Georgia is much tougher about this Brady violation stuff. Whoops, sorry. About this Brady violation stuff. I will just keep that up just in case they come back. They are much more liberal regarding Brady violations to not accept it as Brady violations than other states. I will try to find it here. I saw it earlier, quoted on Twitter. Here it is, from Andrew Fleischman. Let's see here if I can bring that up here. From Andrew Fleischman, who says on Twitter, a note to those following the YSL proceedings in Georgia. Courts are extremely reluctant to find a Brady violation if the evidence is discovered during the trial. And this is Bergeson v. State, 267 Georgia, 102, 104 Georgia, 1996. And the quote here is, the state did not run afoul in Brady in regard of the August 6, 1993 statements because there is no violation when the information sought becomes available to the accused at trial. Bergeson has not shown that earlier disclosure would have benefited her and that any delay deprived her of a fair trial. Dennard v. State. Bergeson likewise fails to demonstrate a Brady violation with regard to the mid-trial conversation between Carr and the district attorney. The uncontradicted evidence is that Carr's portion of the unrecorded exchange was no different than his August 6 statement. As to statement by AD regarding a conversation with Carr, the district attorney informed the court that there was nothing said which was exculpatory to Bergeson. Even accepting Bergeson's premise that the mere fact that Carr and AD discussed robbing the victim was evidence that Bergeson did not herself participate in the robbing or the killing, the pre-trial lack of disclosure does not provide recourse under Brady. The information was revealed on direct examination of AD and Bergeson and Bergeson had the opportunity to cross-examine AD and assert her position to the jury. Here again, Bergeson has failed to show any positive effect from earlier disclosure or that the lack of it resulted in her harm. Okay. So it's apparently in Georgia, it's really, really, really hard to get to a Brady violation. Angela says it's not just exculpatory evidence, it's also evidence which would allow for effective cross-examination and impeachment of witnesses. Here's the thing, Angela. Woody is still on the stand. They haven't gone through the cross-examination, and now they have the information. And it seems like in Carr v. State in Georgia, them the defense knowing now mid-trial, and Woody that his testimony will restart in some shape or form, allows this judge to not find it a Brady violation. That seems to be the thing in Georgia. Wow. Polly Popcorn, so Judge Whitaker covered prosecutions behind by giving the transcript of the secret meeting to the defense. Yeah. MG Law says that all happened in court, though. This wasn't revealed through in-court testimony. I agree, but it seems like this is the way Judge Whitaker, because this is the way she ruled on the, without ruled yet, but her opinion regarding Brady, that, well, you know now. GD is asks, wonder if the defense will ask Woody pointedly if he unalive not. Yeah, they will. Yes, they will. I'm quite sure of it, at least. Casper Ghost says Kayla was indirectly pleading the fifth through a vague testimony, technically. Yeah, but it was more or less drawn out by the judge. But I do believe the judge is somewhat irritated by the prosecution. Because remember, last week, or the week before that even, if there are any other thing that is not disclosed, you need to tell me. The prosecution did not reveal anything about the 7th and did not reveal anything about off-the-record discussions. So they actively hid and affirmed to the judge something that is false. But again, I believe this judge is between two choices here. The choices are continue with the trial or mistrial with prejudice. The in-between, just a mistrial, I think that he doesn't want to say just mistrial. It's either or. And the more information she gets, if she doesn't reach the level of mistrial with prejudice, she will probably allow this case to go on. Chile's didn't prosecution reveal the 7th? Well, they asked for a meeting with the judge on the 7th, but this was after they had the immunity deal. I'm wondering about what meeting occurred between the prosecution and Judge Glanville before the 7th. To me, it seems that there has to be a third ex parte meeting between the prosecution and the judge regarding this, because Mr. Copeland had immunity on the morning of the 7th. Somewhere after, Mr. Melnick said he's going to plead the 5th in that email, and the morning of the 7th, something happened between the judge and the prosecution that there is zero information about. And for me, that means it's a secret, not on the record, ex parte meeting, in my opinion. Okay, so the court will not resume in an hour or so. And I need to get to other stuff. For you who don't know, I will be traveling to the United States on Wednesday. So I need to make more preparations for that. So I will be sending y'all over to, let's see, who is live. I do believe Katnott Williams is going. Yes, she is. She's much better than me to fill up time with questions, answers, theories, and fun stuff. So I will be sending you all over to, as conditionally accepted said, Love specifically told this judge there was nothing else but the transcript of the 10th. And she lied, in my opinion. Now, before you all scatter off, thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me to do this, trying to give to you what is going on, my words, my opinions, and everything. Oh, Cat's on a 20-minute break. Okay. Well, yeah. Either way, tomorrow I might only do a recap because I need to prepare for the trip. Wednesday, also, I have a full day of travel. Also, I will be listening in to whatever happens, and I will try to do a recap once I get to the United States and is comfortably in the hotel room. Thursday, Friday, I also will listen in because it is the Matsuri Convention, which I am attending. But again, thank you for allowing me to do this. Give me all the thumbs up you have. Subscribe if you haven't done that yet. And I will see you tomorrow, and I will send you off with one of the songs. This song is called Fani the Corrupt. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Storming through the halls of justice. you funny for stealing from the poor children, slashing white like a